And Katie?
And Katie. Because on this day, 45 years ago.
I'm not even 45.
You're not anywhere close to 45.
No.
Katie, this is the music that used to scare parents, okay? 45 years ago, The Damned.
See, even the name of the band was
I was going to
scary.
say, was it because of the name?
That was
was
part
both.
of it.
It was both. You hear the name The Damned, and then you hear that song. Oh, yeah. They released their single New Rose from the album Damned, Damned, Damned.
Triple damned.
No wonder people didn't like it.
You're so damned.
Parents didn't like it.
Yes.
Considered to be the first single by a British punk group
45 years ago.
45 years ago.
So Duff McKagan, from Guns N' Roses, he covers that. He's covered it a few times, like with Guns N' Roses and in solo projects he's done. And somebody asked Captain Sensible, who's the guitarist, said, "Oh, have you heard Duff McKagan's version of that?" And he said, "I don't listen to music released after 1980." Now that's
Okay.
Come on now.
Even I listen to that. Actually, I like older music, let's be honest here.
But why? I mean, that's just a jerky thing to say. Oh, I don't listen to music. As if nothing good could have happened. And now saying 1980 is hilarious because that was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was 76. Is this it?
Yeah. But he's never heard it because this came out after 1980.
All right, let me jump in.
He does a good job with it.
Oh, yeah.
But no, that came out after 1980. I can't hear that.
Yeah. I can't. After 1980. Man, you're missing out on a lot of really good.
Yeah.
I was going to say there's a lot of great music that was released after 1980.
What
Man.
magical year is 19? Why that? That just sounds like you're trying really hard to sound really cool.
Well, admittedly, when we were that age, we did our best to try to sound cool. I mean,
come on.
I distanced. I went through that phase. I distanced myself
Really?
from a lot of music because I didn't think it was cool. Unless it's punk, man, I don't care. I went through that whole thing. Just scaring my parents and
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the music. I really enjoyed listening to that song by The Damned. I was quite enjoying it because it's been so long since I heard it. But, I went through that phase. Everybody goes through that phase. The problem is some people don't grow out of that phase. That's the problem.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When you say I don't listen to anything after 1980, well, there are people that are stuck listening to whatever they listened to in high school, and they never moved past that at all.
It's 75% of my graduating class. Hello, welcome to them. I mean, we
Katie,
experienced it.
I know your parents were older parents for you.
Mm-hmm.
But did you scare them with music you listened to? Or
I'm sure. My emo phase was strong, guys. The emo phase was real strong in this one. And I mean, I do still work at the radio station that plays a lot of the music that I was listening to back in the day. But I mean, I got a lot of my music taste from my brother, so I think he scared them, and then he passed it on to me, and they're like, great, okay, now we have to do it again.
You want to freak mom and dad out? Listen to this.
I used to go into his room and steal his CDs because they looked cool, like Eve 6. I used to steal those CDs because they looked cool. And I'd go listen to it on my old, Hello Kitty boombox.
Oh, what was the Eve 6 Patton Oswalt Twitter thing?
A what?
Did you hear about this?
No.
I guess Eve 6 tweeted...
Do I have to look? I can look.
Yeah, look it up. A radio station played one of their songs and was promoting the fact that they were playing one of their songs. And Eve 6 tweeted a screen cap of it and said, "Nobody even cared," or something like that. Mm-hmm. And then Patton Oswalt retweeted it with some sort of comment.
Let's see
And
here.
and Eve Six was like, oh, Patton Oswalt retweeted.
You're like, oh my gosh, this is amazing.
Here it is. My only
Here it is.
interaction with Patton Oswalt before today was walking past him once while boarding a plane. He was sitting in first class. I think he realized I recognized him and offered a generous smile, and I reciprocated in kind and headed back to seat 33D or wherever I was. But I don't know what he's responding to something there.
Well, that was that whole exchange. You know, Eve Six was doing the self-deprecating tweet, and Patton Oswalt retweeted it with a comment like, "Yeah, nobody cared" or something like that.
Oh, that's
And then-
sad.
And then I guess it's the lead singer that runs the Eve Six Twitter account. And said, "Oh my God, Patton Oswalt!" And then then there was that tweet. It's the only time I've ever interacted with Patton Oswalt. And then Patton retweeted back and says, "Yes, you should not have made eye contact," or something like that.
Oh, that's funny. Eve Six commented on something I tweeted about. Oh, he must be very active on Twitter because I got excited once.
They're not making any music that I know of.
Oh, did they have a new one out recently? Didn't Todd?
Did they?
A couple years ago, I think
It
they
seemed
did.
like Todd brought us a Tuesday tune.
Oh, here's another. So there was this back and forth between Patton and the lead singer of Eve Six.
Okay,
He
there it
also
is.
said, "How long till one of us mentions the sneaker pimps?" Yay.
Oh God, that's
From what
funny.
I see, the last thing they released was in 2012. No, wait, I lied. They just came out with something
Yeah,
this
I
year.
know. Like I said, Todd brought it to us for Tuesday Tunes.
What? It's called. It's on the album Grim Value. Okay, I'm gonna go look into this.
Oh, yeah, there's a whole back and forth between Eve Six and Patton Oswalt just mentioning obscure bands. Oh, this is lovely. That's great.
90s babies want Carrie's high school playlist. Well, I'll just tell you a quick little story. All right. There's a place up here. It's right across from Lucky 13. It was the Indian Center.
Yeah.
And they used to rent it out in the evenings for punk rock shows. And so the Indian Center would make money, and then us punk rock kids would get to go and see. And we went to see the Vapors there.
Oh, yeah.
And
Turning Japanese.
Yes, and that's a harmless band, just a completely harmless band. So was Adam and the Ants, but I got the same treatment, same story. We go to see Adam and the Ants as well. And you go back to Spanish Fork High School, and what do? You wear the T-shirt from the show
Of
that you
course.
went to the night before.
Always.
That's just what you do.
Always.
Always. So I'm wearing a Vapors T-shirt, and me and Braden we get called into the principal's office, vice principal's, I should say. I'm concerned about this punk rock situation that's going on.
There's a situation?
That's what I said. I said, as far as I know, it's me and Braden and Scott, and that's it. You know, where you're in Spanish Fork High School, where your punk rock situation.
And were you causing a lot of trouble? Were you vandalizing property? And
No,
yeah.
we were the best
Skipping
kids.
class.
Hell, I was the stage crew. You know, I mean, how harmless was I? As I'm concerned about this punk rock situation, I saw it on 60 Minutes.
On
They
60 Minutes.
They spit on people in the audience. They're terrible, and they have no respect for authority. And I'm like, these guys have a song about masturbation. That's about it.
Maybe you'd be upset about that, I guess, but
Man, they'd be really scared about some of the songs that have come out now.
Oh, please.
yeah.
The stuff that was demonized to me back then, you know, and they put the demon fear in you, man. Ozzy Osbourne was going to destroy us all. And he can't even operate a garbage disposal.
No.
He's not.
Ozzy Osbourne is not scary.
No, he needs
Gene
Sharon to
Simmons
do
is
everything.
not scary.
Exactly. Oh, Kiss. Oh, frightening. Just frightening as hell. And when they. And Alice Cooper took baby chicks,
Yeah, no,
baby
he
chickens,
didn't.
and
No.
threw them on the
No, he-
stage and stomped on them.
No, he didn't.
Oh, but wait, I thought that was Gene Simmons from Kiss
No,
that
he
did that.
didn't.
Well, who
Nobody-
did it then? Nobody did it.
no.
It was.
Yeah, Gene Simmons, there was a story this morning I saw that he's selling his $14 million Vegas mansion. That's not his primary house. That's just his...
Yeah.
It's his vacation home.
yeah,
Or
and
one
he's-
of the many.
He said he's going to permanently relocate to Washington State because the tax situation is better there. That's how scary Gene Simmons is. It's
Yeah,
all
that's-
about
That's your Prince of Darkness.
I
That's
don't want to pay the taxes on my food.
The devil is making him do all of these things.
Yep.
I guess the devil is his accountant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, the tax
Oh,
situation.
and he's got those spiked boots that he stepped on a girl's back when she was crawling on. No, they're not even spiked. You can't stand on something like that. You're destroying a stage. Your stage manager wouldn't have it. I don't.
It's just a show.
Anyway, all right, let's get this going and over with and all of the above. Check-ins, if you've a mind to, 877-602-9696. If you want to check in, if you don't, that's fine.
It's nice to hear from you. We might give you something. Katie has things about.
I have lots of things. There's tote bags. There's these cool mugs that make a nice clinking sound because they're thick.
I know. I got mine.
There you go.
Yeah, and we don't like to just give things away to people that call and say, "Hey, can I have one of those mugs?" Yeah, you got to contribute something to that.
877-602-9696. Big O Tires, locally owned and operated. It says over 42 locations in Utah, including their new location in Pleasant Grove. Welcome to the family, PG. Stop by and you can save up to $150 in savings on Big O brand tires with your Big O credit card. Since I'm telling stories of back in the day, yes, the Big O credit card saved my ass a couple of times.
Sure.
Because, I'd be commuting out to the radio station I was working out in Roosevelt, and you need to have your tires if you're making that commute all that time. I just commuted on the weekends. But Big O Tires was very helpful with the Big O credit card at that time. I couldn't afford to just buy tires,
No, it's an unexpected expense. Usually don't plan that. It's usually like, I got to do this and I got to do it now. And Big O offers no credit needed financing. So no matter your budget, your situation, they have financing tailored to you. Also, you can go in for oil changes, alignments, brakes, wiper blades, all that kind of stuff. Never too early to get your car ready for winter. Go to bigotires.com. It's best question of the week. This is not complicated. You want to ask us something, you email it, and then we answer it. About pretty much anything you want. It's kind of like hello, yeah, what, but in email form. So send us your questions, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put best question or meh in the subject line, and we'll answer. And Katie has selected our best question for today.
I did. I think it's kind of cute. So this one comes from, doesn't say, I can't say their name, so it comes from Curtis. He says, last night my fiance's beloved cat of 18 years, Tigger, passed away with the Great Bale.
Oh.
Her favorite memories of the 10 years I had with her include basking in the sun on the freshly vacuumed carpet and all these kinds of stuff. Says, my question is, what are some of your cherished memories with any of your dearly departed fur babies? Anything that makes you well up with tears or pride when you think of them?
Oh, gosh.
Now, I know all of us are animal owners and previous animal owners, so I thought it fit a good question.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's so my dog, Sadie Girl, who lived forever and ever and ever. And I said this at the time that she died. At the time she died, she was the longest relationship I had ever had with anybody. Like no human other than, like my family, have I had a relationship as long as, and dogs are, and I'm sure cats for people that have them are great because they love you no matter what. And, in that 17 years that I had her, I went through a lot during that time, and she helped me through some really bad stuff that was going on because the dog is constant. Mm-hmm. They don't know that you've got stuff going on. Mm-hmm. And having that companion that loves you no matter what and is always there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't think of a specific instance, but my thought with her was, you helped me through some bad times, and you didn't even know you were doing that, but you did.
Mm-hmm. We don't deserve dogs.
Mine was, I did not know. When we first got Artie, I would come home, and if you go to x96.com/live, I'll show you the face that he would pull. I would come home from work, and because he was there by himself, I would come home and he would be doing this. He would move his, he had the underbite already, but he would open his mouth and kind of back and forth like that,
But not make a noise?
not making a noise. He would just go like that when I would come home. And I thought it was because he did something wrong, and he knew I was going to catch him, and he was like, this is his way of apologizing I thought that for a month.
Yeah.
And then I took Artie to the groomer, as I did every week, and our groomer, Tanya, who is the dog whisperer. I don't care what Cesar Milan says. She knows everything about dogs. And I told her, I said, he does this when I get home. And I showed her. She goes, oh, he's smiling at you. He's happy you're home.
My heart.
And I'm like, oh my God, I feel so bad that I thought it was because I'd go, what did you do, buddy? What did you do? And then when
happy you were home.
and then when I also remember when his eyes got bad in his later years, we would put a toy on each stair so that because his depth perception was gone. And so that way he could see the toys, because the carpet's brown, and if it was dark,
It's hard
he couldn't
to tell.
see.
Yeah.
So he would see the toys, and that's where he knew where a step was. So we put a step on each one.
That's smart.
But
Katie, do you have one?
the smile.
Yeah, I do. So my very first dog that I ever personally owned was a little mentally challenged. I have a sore spot for a really big soft spot for like mentally challenged animals. But he just wasn't all there in the head. And when I got him, he was missing his 2 front teeth. And I always thought it was so weird. I named him Bosley because it was when the remake of Charlie's Angels had just kind of come out and it was really big at the time. And he ended up developing sundowner syndrome in his later years, where he kind of just forgot who he was as soon as about 2 o'clock hit. But yeah, it was kind of scary. But before all of that kind of hit, he was just a little dumb, and it was a cute dumb. But in my parents' backyard, they have a wood deck that sits about 6 inches off of the ground floor. And we called Bosley over. My sister and I were sitting outside hanging out in the sun, and we called Bosley over to come sit with us. And he gets right up to the edge of the wood, and his legs were not very strong, and he was very chunky because he kept stealing other dogs' foods. So he went to get up on the porch, slipped, and just face planted into the wood steps.
Oh.
That was probably the best thing I have, but I actually have his ashes in a little box that say he finally got his 2 front teeth.
Oh.
That's mine.
It's 6:23 right now. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, and Katie, is somebody sponsoring?
Yes. Step into $400 with University Credit Union in 3 steps. Step into the nearest University Credit Union branch or go to ucreditu.com today and see how you qualify.
Let's see. The moon is a waxing gibbous moon. I'm not sure how much % of full it is, but it's waxing gibbous. That's all you need to know.
It's percentage enough. It's still pretty big.
Yeah, it is.
And it is Friday, the 22nd day of October in the year of our Lord 2021. And this is the Radio from Hell show starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, putting his hat on now.
It's my work hat.
And Bill Allred, who took a day? You can have a day. Let him have a day. He went south or west or southwest somewhere.
In that general direction.
That away, as my
That
dad
away.
would say. Yeah.
He'll be back on Monday. Me, Gina Barberi, Katie for short, is producing the show and helping us out even more than she usually does today. And she's able to do that because we have fabulous help in the producer's booth from our friends Miriam and Cameron Diaz. Let's see, today is National Nut Day.
Oh, sometimes you
your
feel like a
walnut.
nut. Sometimes you don't.
Got your cashew nut, got your peanut, got your this Best in Show. Got your Christopher Guest listing all of the various nuts.
YouTube, Best in Show, nuts, and you'll find it. It's there.
It goes on longer than you think you can list nuts.
It's about a minute and a half bit.
Now, I don't know why we need a whole day for International Cap Lock Day. Like on your keyboard. Lock. I don't know why.
Okay.
It's also International Stuttering Awareness Day. And we have a president who's a stutterer. So I wonder if he will be
I used to
addressing
have a
that.
stutter. It comes out every so often when I'm reading slowly or things like that, but I used to have a stutter.
Did you go like to therapy to get rid of it, or it just sort of went away?
It
on
would
its own?
slowly go away as I got older, but I worked on it a lot because I was very embarrassed about it to the point where I actually would ask people not to have me read out loud.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
And look, now your job is to talk.
I know it's weird. I still stutter. Let's be honest here.
That's a different kind of stuttering.
It's
though.
true.
It's also National It's Cool to Be Smart Day. Okay.
Okay.
Those are the things we're celebrating today.
All right. Let's begin our check-ins with Cody. Hi, Cody.
Hey, how are we doing today?
Hi.
We're good. How are you?
What's going on, Cody?
Doing pretty fantastic.
Cody.
What do you have
Yes.
for us, Cody?
Well, I had to apologize to Kerry for not totally reading his tweet, or actually reading the link
Oh,
to his
this is
tweet.
this Cody. Okay. All right. So
I didn't. I was like, oh, you're giving away some more stuff. I'm like, oh, cool, I just did some too.
Well, see, here's the thing, Cody. Here's something you didn't think about. I put out a link on my Twitter feed and my Facebook. I'm selling my toy collection. But it doesn't say that in the description. It just says, here's some more items for my collection available. Keep checking because I keep adding.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
Cody replied, oh, I donated all of mine to a local high school so that kids can read.
Oh, no.
Oh no, just some.
Well,
No,
some,
I was
doesn't
not
matter.
trying to make you feel-
Cody,
I was
doesn't
not
matter.
trying to make you feel bad.
Cody, doesn't matter. I donated reading material to a high school so that kids can learn to read. Now, if you're looking at my link, it doesn't say what I'm doing there. Just here's some stuff from my collection. Oh, but here comes Cody to give away comic books.
Cody's
He's so
a better
much better.
person than you, Carrie.
He donates to a high school. And I'm like,
I'm so
Cody,
sorry.
Cody, I'm selling toys. Did you donate toys for the kids to read? Because that's not
Oh, I
what's going on here.
I'm so sorry though. I
But
really.
what if it was, Cody? What if it was comic books? How does that make me look? You know?
like a
Like
good human being? You're doing
No,
stuff
because
that-
I'm selling them.
Well,
You are the one
that's
who is
okay.
donating them. That's what I'm saying. You were completely. I donated, unlike this person. Well,
I just donated because I don't have time to sell them.
There you go.
And
Okay.
here's the thing, Cody. I don't sell them either. I don't sell my comic books. I give them away.
That's what Carrie gives away on Halloween. He passes out comic books.
Yeah.
He's done that for years.
Yeah. However,
you're-
if you want a
I do
really good
apologize.
deal, if you want a really good deal on the Power of the Force Darth Vader TIE Fighter, click that link. There it is.
I'm
read-
trying to
yeah.
get rid of stuff.
There's a
I-
little tiny print underneath it, and you can read that. Okay.
I should. I'm sorry again though. I was not trying to virtue signal.
right.
Thanks, Cody.
Bye, Cody. Cody was totally trying to virtue signal.
For
All right.
sure. Yeah.
Tyler, let's go to Tyler. All right.
Hi, Tyler.
Good morning.
Hi.
Well, I should have called in on this topic on a different day, But I just wanted to tell you guys how much I really love the Utah word of the day.
If only Bill were here to hear that.
Yeah.
If
You'll have
only.
You'll have to call back when Bill's here, because Bill writes those, so he needs to
Yes,
hear
I
that.
do that.
Now, do you,
You know-
prefer a LeVar and LeGrand Utah word of the day, or do you prefer a Dawn and Denver Criddle Utah word of the day?
I think the newer characters are better, honestly, because it's just
Newer
like we're not, they're not just being Utah people. They're I forget what I was trying to say.
We're fleshing out characters. We're building a universe, is what you're saying, right?
I like that you're developing characters. I think that's fun.
There's some depth there. Dawn and Denver, there's a lot there. We're gonna find out more and more about who they are and their relationship.
Oh,
That's a reality
yeah.
show, folks. That's a reality show. All right.
No,
thank you.
I think they're funny.
Thank you.
Oh,
Tom.
hey, I've got a quick question though.
Quickly.
I was trying to get one of those coffee mugs, and I got to the dealership up in Layton
Oh,
like
now.
a minute late.
Is this what's going to happen with this now?
Them's the fates, baby.
All right.
Sorry,
enough.
Tyler. We'll,
All right.
you
Thanks,
broke
Tyler.
Gina's rule, and so
I mean, I did that one time to that one person because
yeah.
they didn't call asking for them. I
Well,
offered it.
well,
Try again, Tyler.
Listen, these are so popular. We got to find another way to do this besides just
Yeah.
We got a box of 100 to give away. I mean, there's got to be a better way than
Yeah.
that we can do this to make more people happy. All right,
I
thank you,
understand.
Tyler.
Thanks, Tyler.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you. Traffic, Katie, please.
Yeah, too many buttons. All right, traffic. Let's do a little refresher here for just a second. Crash eastbound I-70 at mile marker 13, 13 miles east of Cove Fort. There's no blocking, but that should be cleared up any minute. That was almost an hour ago. Otherwise, everything else was like 5 hours ago, and everything else looks green. So we're good on traffic.
All right.
And really fast. Nope, we're good.
Okay. All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. We got full strength big boy news and opinioendo coming up after these. Then at 7 o'clock, we're going to do our Real Housewives of Salt Lake update with Victoria, who watches the show so we don't have to. But we've also got a real housewife as a guest, Lisa Barlow.
Yeah, so it'll be supersized Real Housewives of Salt Lake episode.
So we'll get to that coming up after these X96.
Sitting here in my room with Dean Cardinal, Worldwide Trekking, and a man who's become a good friend, Geljan Sherpa, and we're sitting here talking to you on a cell phone, essentially, which is amazing to me that you can do this where we are. Let me try to describe this. We are actually in a really remote part of the world. You can helicopter in here, but it's horribly expensive, and people don't do it much. People walk to get to these places, and they walk for days and days. There are people who live way up in the Khumbu, and they come down here. Kind of the Namche Bazaar is, would you say it's a halfway point between here and Lukla?
Yeah, and it's a trading spot between the valley and Tibet, and a place where people come together for the Saturday market to trade goods, to buy goods, and everything else.
And so people walk for a long time to get to these places, and people walk. They'll walk from very remote places up by Everest, and they'll come down here to trade, as Dean said. But what's really unusual is that people have cell phones everywhere. It's just stunning in its incongruity. It's just incredible. You'll be walking. I'll be puffing my way up a trail, and some Sherpa kid will be, carrying a big heavy load of stuff and talking on a cell phone. It's just an amazing thing to see. I should describe a little bit. I don't think I described very well. Coming into Namche Bazaar, there are these giant prayer wheels in houses. I'd forgotten about this, and I asked our friend here, Geljan, what those were. And he said the river used to run under those prayer wheels and turn the prayer wheels, but the river has been kind of diverted. I don't know why, but they turn the prayer wheels anymore. So yeah, so it's just such a world of contrast here, and you'll see all of these Sherpa kids wearing, kind of American, westernized looking clothes and talking on cell phones. But then they're also very into their culture. And I just want you to tell people really quickly, Geljan, what you call your son. What's your nickname for your son?
My son nickname is Chicken Head.
Chicken Head. Geljan. You see, Geljan is like fathers everywhere. His son, Pasang, right? Pasang has a kind of a weird hairdo with it kind of sticks up, and he's dyed it a kind of a red color, and so his father, being like fathers everywhere, doesn't like it, so he calls him Chicken Head. anyway, we'll have more from Namche Bazaar. I'm Bill Allred, heading for Tibet. Tibet? No, not Tibet.
Okay, let's get going with Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Scott Hale offering a $49 furnace tune-up for appointment scheduled by October 31st. Call 801-264-HALE.
Thank you.
Well, I thought the big news today was going to be the Brian Laundrie thing, which we'll get to, but it is not the big news of the day.
Oh.
Alec Baldwin discharged a prop firearm on the set of a Western he was making in New Mexico on Thursday, killing the film's director of photography and wounding the movie's director, authorities said. Cinematographer Halyna, Halyna, Halyna Hutchins, 42 years old, was killed, and director Joel Souza, 48, was injured on the set of Rust, which is being filmed in Santa Fe County, said Juan Rios, a spokesman for the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. The circumstances of the shooting are under investigation. Mr. Rios said the shooting at Bonanza Creek Ranch happened in the middle of a scene that was either being rehearsed or filmed. He said the sheriff's office was interviewing people on the set to determine how the two had been shot. We're still investigating this, obviously. Ms. Hutchins was flown to the University of New Mexico Hospital in Albuquerque, where she later died. Mr. Souza was taken to a different hospital, condition not immediately available. In a statement, the movie's production company, Rust Movie Productions, said the entire cast and crew has been absolutely devastated by today's tragedy. We send our deepest condolences to her family and loved ones. We've halted production on the film for an undetermined period of time. We'll be providing counseling services to everyone connected with the film as we work to process this awful event. Now, of course, the first thing I thought of, and Carrie, you probably
Crow.
too. Katie too, was...
Well, there was a couple of them that came to mind right away. Brandon Lee on the set of The Crow.
And they kept the scene in the movie.
Yeah. And then there was John Eric Hexum, who was up and coming, going to be a big TV star.
Really good looking, I remember.
Yeah. And he was playing with a gun.
A prop gun.
A prop gun on the set. And somehow he went,
Oh.
Put it up to his head to pretend like he
See, that's why you don't even do that with fake guns.
No, you don't. All guns should be treated as though A, they're real, and B, they're loaded. It was the first thing I was taught by my father. So you don't point them at anyone. But from what I understand, I mean, and again, until there's an investigation, we won't know. But from what I understand, they use real guns.
Real guns with blanks in them, I guess.
With blanks in them. And, I mean, there should be no live ammo on a set, obviously. But
no.
It just seems to me like that practice, if this is what has happened, the somehow a live bit of ammo, if that's what happened, we need to start looking at that policy again. And maybe all of the gunfire needs to be special effects now instead of, CGI.
I don't know why it's not. Just add that
it's
later.
Cheaper. It's cheaper with blanks. It really is.
Well,
and that's the reason.
This is there's a horrible picture of Alec Baldwin taken after this happened, and you can tell he's just beside himself, upset, and yeah, maybe this will be the thing that finally changes that policy. And that could be like an actors union thing that they come up and go, okay, that's it. We're not doing this anymore. So that is the big story of the day. This is the second biggest story. So they have identified officially with dental records that the human remains found on Wednesday are those of Brian Laundrie. However, there are still lots and lots of questions. I don't have a murder podcast, but if I did, we would spend a lot of time talking about...
Is this worthy of a morsel of murder?
Well, kind of, yeah. So for weeks, they have been searching this preserve with dogs, with...
Yeah.
And magically, his parents say, we'd like to help today, and we think we know this spot where he might be. And they go out with the police officers, and Dad, within like 10 minutes, finds some item. Well, that looks like Brian's whatever. And then they look a little bit more in that area, and they find some more things, and then they find something that's like human remains. Okay. That's very strange. They've been looking for weeks and weeks, and Dad walks right to the place.
Mm-hmm.
And also, they've had dogs sniffing that area for weeks and weeks. A dog would have found this, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, and then the next question is how is it bones already? And maybe it's because it's wet area. It's wet because it was underwater for a while, right? Is it because
Yeah. I mean, it could have been a month, I think, several weeks at least.
Mm-hmm.
And they said the reason we didn't find this before is this area was underwater and now it's not. Okay, but Dad walked right to it. If Dad was so sure where he might be 3 or 4 weeks ago, why didn't he walk you right to it 3 or 4? It's very,
so you're saying that Dad should have faked a day or two and then walked right
I
to
don't.
it.
Yeah, you go out and go.
Highly
"Wow."
suspect.
Yeah, you should fake
Day
looking
3.
for exactly. You don't do it
Oh.
right away.
and Dad shouldn't find it. You point to one of the police officers and you say, "Why don't you go look over there and I'm going to look over here?" And then you let the police officer find it, not you find it. Just the whole thing
Exactly.
is still. His
And,
parents are super suspect.
Of course, CSI Suzanne upstairs is like water usually preserves bodies, so. That's
Yeah, I'm actually watching the new TV show for I Know What You Did Last Summer, and a girl was drowned. She was killed and then thrown in the water, but it preserved her body somewhat.
See,
Well,
his
I
parents
honestly-
are.
you are the person who's keeping me up to date on this case. You really are. It's
Your wife
all over
isn't?
the media.
Surely she's.
No, we don't talk about that kind of
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
I'm staying away from it because it's all over the news, and I'm like, there are more important things.
There are.
You know.
Here, Carrie. Look, Carrie, you want me to find a story for you? Let me.
Oh, fine. I'm happy to wander wherever the news desk takes me.
Oh wait, now I need to find this story. Just
I've got
for
my
you.
own. I've got my own self-imposed news hellhole that I go to after the
Here,
show. So.
you'll like this one, Carrie. Lieutenant Governor of Texas
Oh God.
cut the check on his first bounty for voter fraud evidence. Now, who got the check? A poll worker in Pennsylvania, but it wasn't the proof he was expecting. So almost a year
Exactly.
after Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick announced that he would pay for evidence of voter fraud in the 2020 presidential election, someone has received a payout. Patrick sent a $25,000 check to Eric Frank, a Democratic poll worker from Chester County, Pennsylvania. Now, so back up a minute. The Lieutenant Governor of Texas is offering a bounty. This doesn't have anything to do with Texas. It could be anywhere that you see voter fraud. He'll pay
Exactly.
$25,000.
Now, see, this is my news hellhole. This was like a year and a half or more ago that Dan Patrick, former radio guy, Lieutenant Governor of Texas, said, up to $1 million for proof that there was voter fraud. Well, immediately, I think it was one of the congressmen from Pennsylvania said, "Oh, I got one.
Yeah.
It's this guy. You know.
Yeah.
He voted for his dead wife or something. You know, I can't remember what it was. And of course, Dan Patrick ignored him because that's not what he was looking for. Well, this poll worker came forward and said, this guy came up, voted, and said, "Can I vote for my son?" And I said to him, "No, you can't. That's against the law."
Right.
And the guy said, "How would you know?" That was what the guy, to a poll worker, "How would you know?" he said. And so then the guy leaves, hour and a half, light comes back later, hat and sunglasses. And the poll worker doesn't, he's smart enough to not go to the poll worker who he questioned.
Yeah.
But he goes to another poll worker, but the poll worker he questioned hears the guy's name and he goes, "Wait a minute. That's the guy who just asked me." And,
Oh, and by the way, this is a Republican guy.
Yes. And
The voter is Republican.
The voter was voting for Trump twice, one for him and one for his son. And
so you offer $1 million for, you'd think if there's voter fraud out there, boy, we're going to find it. Well,
you would think. No, one guy. And then Dan Patrick, radio guy, said, "I'm not paying you the full $1 million for a couple of reasons. One, I did say up to $1 million. And two, we were looking for bigger fish." Put that through the translator. You were looking for somebody faking a vote for Joe Biden.
Yeah.
That's what you were looking for.
Yep.
And you didn't expect it to be nothing but the Trumpkins doing
And
it.
that's all that's come forward.
Exactly.
Because this voter fraud thing is not a thing.
It's not a thing, but at the same time, it's the GQP thing they're running on right now. You're not a true member of the GOP unless you go, I'm not sure about the election.
Because that will be going. If you win, they're not going to say anything. But if you lose, well, it was voter fraud.
Exactly. That's their
all.
plan.
Yeah.
Between the gerrymandering that's happening in Texas right now and all of these other election laws, we'll be lucky if this next election is fair at all.
Well, here's some good news. Pfizer says kid-sized doses of its COVID-19 vaccine are safe and nearly 91% effective at preventing infections in elementary school children. Details of the study were posted online Friday as U.S. regulators consider opening vaccinations to youngsters 5 to 11. Shots could begin early next month, with the first children in line fully protected by Christmas if regulators go ahead. This is such great news.
My
I know
whole family can finally be vaccinated.
and you can get together for Christmas. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, the rest of us that have been vaccinated for a while, you know, Carrie, I know your nieces are probably too. Are they? They fall in the category.
Oh
of
yeah.
not?
Well, they're. I think one's under 5. I'm trying to remember their ages. They're just adorable. But one is older than that. She falls in the category. She can for sure get the oldest one.
Yeah, we all have people in our families that we've been worried about because the kiddos haven't been able to be vaccinated. So full-strength Pfizer shots, of course, are already authorized for anyone 12 and older. Pediatricians and parents have been anxiously awaiting for protection for younger children. The idea is to hopefully get kids 2 doses in time for Christmas, which would be just
That would be great.
Wonderful.
All right. Sports weather traffic. How are we divvying up the assignments here?
I don't know if Katie has anything, but I just thought I'd mention what you can look forward to as far as Utah teams on
That's
schedule
perfect.
this weekend.
You got this.
Okay, so we have the Jazz playing the Kings. That's 8 o'clock tonight. Utah State and Colorado State. That is also tonight at 7:30. Then tomorrow it's BYU and Washington State. Remember, that's the team that they fired the head coach and a couple of other coaches because they refused to get vaccinated. So that will be a ongoing storyline. I feel bad for those kids that are, that all just happened a couple days ago, and now they're having to keep playing football. Utah and Oregon State, that's 5:30 on Saturday, and also on Saturday it's RSL and Chicago. That's the soccer. So there's your sports.
Weather brought to you by Get a New Car and reduce your current monthly payment by 20% guaranteed at Strong Volkswagen. Let's show you how it's done. StrongVW.com. We're looking at about a high of 71 today with partial cloudiness, but not too much rain, which is kind of nice, although it looks like we'll get some rain tomorrow. There's about a 58% chance of getting rain, but there's a low of 47 today, so just a heads up. And then refresh on traffic. And for the most part, things look pretty good. There's still that crash an hour ago, but it should be cleared up by now. It wasn't blocking anything, and everything else looks pretty green on the maps, so we should be good. Traffic brought to you by Tim Daly Auto, getting a new shipments daily of incredible vehicles, all backed by the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Don't wait, think Tim Daly and think Forever Warranty.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see. The guy who brought the case to Dan Patrick's attention by trolling him on Twitter was Lieutenant Governor Fetterman of Pennsylvania. Not a congressman, but Lieutenant Governor Fetterman of Pennsylvania, who helped this election poll worker along.
Excellent.
And my youngest niece is 5, so she qualifies.
Oh, excellent. Good.
I was thinking that she was 4, but she's not. All right. Well, let's get going here. We do have coming up. Right after this, our Real Housewives of Salt Lake City is one of the biggest shows on television, and it's filmed here. So, of course, we're going to talk about it. But we have Victoria, who watches the show for us so that we don't have to.
She's the expert.
Yes. And we have found Lisa Barlow. She's agreed to come and talk with Victoria and and talk about the show.
So that's coming up next. Also coming up, we may as well mention this too. We have best question of the week today. You still have time to send in your best question. Anything you want. Doesn't have to be radio related. It can. It can be about anything. Email it to us right now, radiofromhell@x96.com, and we will answer those questions at 8 o'clock. Let's see. We also have Mayor Jenny Wilson going to be on later this morning. And, yeah, send us your questions. Best question of the week.
It's a full day. Boners round one. Oh, but Salt Lake Housewives coming up after these. KXRK Provo, X96. Okay, the shop sells, it's called how would you say that with all of those?
Celebrities. Celebrities. Yeah, I drug you guys over here. You were just going to walk on by Celebrities Gallery featuring artwork by John Lennon, Miles Davis, Ronnie Wood, Tony Bennett, David Bowie, Picasso, and others.
Picasso's the best rock star of them all.
By the way, it's featuring, what does it say? Artwork. It's featuring overpriced prints of artwork by...
None of that's real?
Well, it's real in the sense that it's, well, for instance, there are a bunch of John Lennon things in there, which Yoko Ono took the originals and had copies made of the originals and then put print numbers on them and selling them.
Bitch.
My point exactly.
There was some
something for you in there.
Well, yeah, there was some artwork by David Bowie in there, and it looked like a
which Yoko Ono took and copied and put numbers.
But again, it's mass.
So it's not cool.
But it was David Bowie did a painting of Festus. I swear it was Festus.
Of Festus?
No.
Well, I mean, he was all white and pale and alone.
And alone. No, but so what if it's I mean, they only make so many of the prints, right? Or it's only cool if you can get the original.
It's hard to say.
There was a yeah.
I mean, it really is hard to say. You know, a lot of them say, it's number 475 out of a run of 1,000. But how many runs of 1,000 did they do? I mean,
they may have stopped and then did another run.
Yeah,
that's how they can say a run of 1,000.
I mean, it's okay stuff. I mean, I wouldn't buy it, but
I mean, there was a really cool colored pencil John Belushi
with
in
his
there,
shirt open and his gut hanging out.
Shirt open. Yeah, that was a great thing. But it was easily $450.
Probably, yeah. And there was one thing in there I really liked. They had Hawaiian shirts. Silk Hawaiian shirts, they were about $70-80 a shirt, but they're copies of shirts that celebrities have worn. Like there's one that shows a picture of Dustin Hoffman and John Lovitz standing together, and John Lovitz is wearing this Hawaiian shirt with pineapples on it, and you can buy that.
You can buy that shirt.
Yeah.
I want to buy Dustin Hoffman's shirt. I don't want to buy John Lovett's shirt.
Either way, they'll both have little black curly hairs inside of them, okay? And then here's the question I had, is that there was a whole bunch of drawings of the Rolling Stones, and right in the middle there was this big one of Don Knotts, and I'm wondering why they decided to put Don Knotts in the middle.
That was not Don Knotts, that was Todd of Todd and Aaron. No, it was
Jagger.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sure look like Don Knotts.
Well, the older he gets, the closer they look.
I mean, 1960s Don Knotts.
Really?
Yeah.
By the way, Uncle Todd, I always thought you looked like Mick Jagger, not Don Knotts.
That was the joke he was making.
Yeah.
Let's make it perfectly clear.
Honest.
let's see. Do we have a sponsor for this?
Nope.
No sponsor.
Let's just dive in.
Yeah.
I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, I'm a child, I'm a mother, I'm a sinner, I'm a saint.
Okay. It is the Real Housewives of Salt Lake update. And she watches it so that we don't have to. Our friend Victoria is on the phone. Hello, Victoria. How are you?
Good morning, everyone.
Well, this is kind of exciting, Victoria, because on the other line, we have Lisa Barlow, one of the stars of Real Housewives of Salt Lake.
Hi,
are you there,
Lisa?
Lisa?
Hey, Victoria. Good morning.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Hi, Lisa. It's so nice to meet you.
Now,
Same.
Now, Lisa, I don't know if anyone's informed you, but Victoria, she is what we like to call an Uber fan.
She's our expert. She's
our
Real
expert on
Housewives
the
expert.
She dissects the show in great detail on her podcast and on her blog, but she gives us the highlights here on the radio. And she's calling in from Reno. So, Victoria, do you have questions for Lisa, or how do you want to do this?
I do, Lisa. Actually, I want to let you know, I would love to talk a little bit about this week's episode, but I would really like to just get to know you better, and I have some questions more about you and the show in general. So I can get those out of the way first. We can get the drama out of the way, and then talk more about you. Okay, so I've kept everybody up to date with the drama and the conflict that's going on with you and Whitney. And so this week, of course, you have the dinner with Whitney and your double date with John at Nino Viejo. And one thing I noticed was we did not get any confessionals from you that they put in the show from the dinner. And so we would love to hear your take and your responses to that dinner, now being able to see it, and I guess where things were at that time with the conflict with Whitney, and if you want to share anything that's going on now.
Absolutely. I love that you're asking this question, because for me, being, on the show and experiencing it was hard, because I'm being narrated by Whitney. They're not showing anything I'm saying, which is rough watching back and reliving. So basically, before there was anything set up with the caterers, I was actually working on a dinner for me and John at Nino Viejo. Being in the F&B industry, we work with most restaurants, bars, hoteliers, clubs in Utah. Mm-hmm. And so with that restaurant opening, the two people that own it, Marco and Aubrey, are amazing. We started early February. I'm going to break the fourth wall a little bit here. We started early February working on clearing that space. It took a little longer during COVID so that we could actually film there. So there are other cast members that knew that I was filming there and going to be doing a dinner there. And so even at casino night, I was shocked when, they're like, hey, did you cancel the caterers? And I'm like, are you talking about Marco and Aubrey? No, I'm like, are you upset that I have a dinner scheduled there? So that was, part one of that. And then Whitney, I had invited Whitney at Ariel's to go up to the restaurant. So she knew where we were going, who owned it. And her husband even made a comment at the dinner table that Whitney on the way there was like, this is a setup. They're setting me up. But I'm like, what's the setup? And honestly, when you hear me saying oh my gosh, I was really embarrassed because she was so loud and the restaurant was only open for 2 weeks. And I was dying. And I'm like, you're yelling at the caterers who are also the owners of the restaurant. Marco's brother catered Angie's party for casino night. So for me, it just felt like, oh my gosh, this is awful. I just wanted to have a good time and get to know Whitney better. And it just turned into something totally different. And really all Aubrey said when she initially came to the table was, after dropping food, after stopping by a few times, she just nicely said, I'm sorry Angie did that to you. And she didn't do it to create any problems, but I definitely was interested in hearing more from them. So I was sad that they kept talking.
So, Victoria, as a viewer of the show, you hear Lisa's side of the story. This has been completely presented to you differently, right?
Yeah, exactly. Which, and like Lisa touches on right away. And I did notice, I mean, we've seen Whitney a little bit when she gets really, really drunk. And I noticed, I'm like, I think she's also really drunk because she took the cocktail, she took the shot really quick. And then I didn't think about that, Lisa, about what you're saying, like that you're in this restaurant and this is part of your business. And she's making this scene, and she made a scene. Like she does this thing where she wants to cleanse her aura, and she's flailing her arms around her body.
Cleanse her aura?
Gina wants to know how one does that.
I think I need to do that. I have never cleansed my aura before.
I mean, based on what Whitney's doing, I'm like, is that the technique? I'm not sure.
I think Whitney improvised.
Yes. Well, and Lisa, I appreciate your insight too about the connection between Casino Night and this, because I'm so curious about how this all comes together, and what you're saying does make sense about what you saw with Casino Night, then leading up to this dinner. That there's so many things going on that we don't see, and I know we hear this a lot, when they talk about editing, and so I thought this is significant, like what you're saying about the lens, and so I'm not sure. I'm so curious about this, but yeah, I did notice Whitney's behavior, and the thing I felt bad about, which I talked about last week, and I love how they put this together on the show. I felt bad for John and Justin because they clearly wanted to get together, and they're sitting there. And Justin's comment about wanting to eat the food. I'm sure John too wanted to eat.
Yeah, for sure. John literally was just thinking, okay, me too. We are just going to have a nice couples dinner, get to know Marco and Aubrey, or not Marco and Aubrey, Justin and Whitney better, and then it just went downhill so fast. And the food, I think I had one bite of a taco. That was it. It was just a lot that night.
And that table was full of food. There weren't any room for any plates. It was packed.
It was packed. I think they were so excited. This was a big thing for them. Marco and Aubrey are super young. They're new entrepreneurs, and they have this successful catering business. And, they got an investor to back them. And so this was huge for them. They had already booked parties and had a lot going on at the restaurant. So they were excited to show off what they created. And I felt bad for them because I'm I feel like they didn't even get to really show us and give us the experience that they were hoping for too.
Right,
So,
right. No, we got the ambiance, but that was about it. No, and that's one of the highlights that I share with everyone here on the show is what restaurants you guys are going to, because getting that local flavor is super important. And so that's what I highlight each week of where you guys go.
That's my
and so
favorite
to your
part.
point, here's a new one. Yeah, that's their favorite. Where did they go this week? and we do talk about what you eat, and if you didn't get to eat, we can't really get into the food.
You know what? We have such a hot food and beverage scene here. We're so lucky in Utah. It feels literally it's like a coastal city. We have the best restaurants and bars, and we have amazing food. I love all the new restaurants that are popping up on the scene too, but that one's definitely amazing. You guys should check it out.
Absolutely.
Well, and I was going to ask you about that anyway. So again, we highlight this every week, and there's been some weeks where there's that you guys are really hitting a lot of spots. So again, kind of behind the fourth wall, are there places where you've wanted to go and either you couldn't film or that you haven't had a chance to make it to yet? Because we really look forward to where you guys highlight when you're going out and drinking and eating.
Last season 1, it was so amazing because I am in the F&B industry. I was able to help production clear so many restaurants. I got them in touch with the owners and started facilitating okay, clear all these spaces for production so that we can film at these spots. For COVID, during COVID filming, the restrictions were so strong that we had to pick, we got to go to as many places as we possibly could. And our team on the ground is amazing. That works for our production company, Shed and Bravo. They had an amazing team this year doing their best to clear as many spots as we could. But you'll see some of our favorite restaurants in the city are highlighted in both Salt Lake and in Park City. So you'll see 350 Main, oh my gosh, La Trattoria, Vultures,
a lot of great places.
Cucina Toscana, so many good restaurants.
Yes.
Yeah. No.
Now, what makes? But here's the thing: is that when they said we're going to do a Real Housewives of Salt Lake, me being a lifelong Utah, and I went, is anybody going to watch the Salt Lake one? But this one is huge,
popular.
Why do you think that is, Lisa? Why do you think that is?
I think our city's that's a great question. I think our city's so unique because we have, you being a lifelong resident of Utah. I'm a transplant. the religious element makes it so different in how faith affects everyone. If you look at each one of us, we all are different faiths. I was like, I'm a mix of everything, but I'm Jewish by heritage, Mormon by choice, and everybody has a different religion. Jen's Muslim, Jenny's Catholic. All of us, Meredith's Jewish. And then you've got some girls that were born and raised here in the LDS Church that have decided to leave. So I think that brings a different level of dimension to the city and the way people react. It's like Utah is its own unique place. It's so worldly, but in a way it's still so small town and cool. And I think that the fusion of both makes Utah a unique place to live and a fascinating city to watch. And then we have a lot of things here that people don't realize. It's like Silicon Slopes is here. It's like the Tech Central here right now. And like with Utah, with Park City, we have so many people moving in from the coastal cities, so that brings another element and layer to the cities. But it's really cool. I think it's a unique place to live, and we love it. I've been here for a long time now, and we're never leaving. I love everything about Utah.
Excellent.
Well, most everything about Utah.
And Lisa, what I really appreciate of the franchise, being a fan of all the franchises, is that this cast is full of women who are entrepreneurs and business oriented and had legit businesses before you were even on the show. We've seen that with other franchises where the women, get launch businesses after. And I think from like a feminist perspective, no matter how you feel about that word, like it's just amazing, like to see you and the other cast members be like these business women in this town that it's my hometown as well, and to see that really makes it stand out compared to the other franchises, and I love that about it.
Well, Victoria, I think that, and Lisa, if I remember correctly, we had you and your husband on our show years ago to talk about your tequila.
Vida Tequila. Yeah.
Yes, I remember that. That was so fun. And, it is, thank you for bringing that up, Victoria, and thank you guys for having us back then, and it's so fun to connect again. But, we've been working on Vida Tequila for a long time. We launched our brand here. We were actually the first spirit brand in Utah. There's a lot of great beer companies, but launching Vida here in 2007, we were the first spirit brand. And, we were little kids. Like, I can't even believe that we were in our 20s. And it feels like yesterday and so long ago at the same time. And it's fun because our brand's grown so much, and we've owned restaurants here. We used to have Silver in Park City on Main Street, and we've just extended into kind of like hair care products with our kids and doing things with other celebrities too. So it's been a cool journey for us, and we feel grateful for all the opportunities that have come to us in Utah. But we do have like an amazing cast of strong women with totally different personalities and interests. And I think that all of us put together, it makes a great ensemble cast.
Well, Lisa, thank you so much, and we are fans of Vida Tequila indeed. And
we need to get you some.
Please, never say no. Never say no. Thank you so much, Lisa, and thanks also for the restaurant recommendations as well.
Of course. There's
Victoria,
so many. I think that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm going to start posting my favorite restaurants on my Instagram page. Because I get asked all the time by fans coming into Salt Lake and Park City, where should I go eat? And there's so many amazing ones, so I'll definitely start highlighting those.
Thank you, Lisa. And speaking of Instagram, Judgy Empath on Instagram is where you'll find Victoria, and the name of the podcast is
Couples Who Bravo Together.
Yes, thank you, Victoria. We'll
Thanks,
talk
Lisa.
to you next week. Thank you, Lisa.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye. And traffic, Gina, please.
I got the traffic for you, actually.
Yes.
As of right now, there's only a crash southbound SR 36 off at the Village Ramp in Stansbury Park in Tooele, and the right shoulder is blocked. It should be cleared about 8 o'clock. Otherwise, everything else looks green and good, and that's brought to you by Flying Vampires. Yes, Dracula the Ballet arrives October 22nd, today. Tickets at balletwest.org.
All right.
Do you want a preview of our boner candidates?
Please.
Boner candidate number 1. Can't you just wear like some lucky socks or something? Boner candidate number 2. Keanu said, I can't slow down. And boner candidate number 3. PE teachers tearing it up.
All right, boners, round 1, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Wendy's for breakfast. A lot of people getting up early on a Friday are heading out of town. Well, Bill, for example. You know, it's your last chances to go up into the mountains or wherever it is that you like to go before the snow starts to really hit and the cold weather really comes. But maybe you're getting up early to make good time, to beat the traffic. Don't take the time to make breakfast at home. Just hit the drive-thru at Wendy's on your way because it's delicious, it's quick, and it's affordable. It is the Wendy's Breakfast Croissant for just $1.99. I get so many emails and DMs about people saying, I never thought about it before until you talked about it repeatedly. And by golly, you were right. Just $1.99. It's delicious. Fresh cracked eggs, buttery, flaky croissants, your choice of sausage or bacon. I like the sausage because I don't know what Wendy's is doing to that sausage with the special spices and herbs and all of that, but it's superior to the others. And the bacon is oven baked on their sandwiches. So for $1.99, hit the drive-thru at Wendy's. Okay, the shop sells. It's called How would you say that with all of those
Celebrities. Celebrities. Yeah, I drug you guys over here. You were just going to walk on by Celebrities Gallery, featuring artwork by John Lennon, Miles Davis, Ronnie Wood, Tony Bennett, David Bowie, Picasso, and others.
Picasso's best rock star of them all.
By the way, it's featuring, what does it say? Artwork. It's featuring overpriced prints of artwork by.
None of that's real?
Well, it's real in the sense that it's, well, for instance, there are a bunch of John Lennon things in there, which Yoko Ono took the originals and had copies made of the originals and then put print numbers on them and selling them.
Bitch.
My point exactly.
There was some
something for you in there.
Well, yeah, there was some artwork by David Bowie in there, and it looked like a
which Yoko Ono took and copied and put numbers.
Again, it's mass.
So it's not cool.
But it was David Bowie did a painting of Festus. I swear it was Festus.
Festus?
No.
Well, I mean, he was all white and pale and alone.
And alone. No, but so what if it's I mean, they only make so many of the prints, right? Or it's only cool if you can get the original.
It's hard to say.
There was a yeah.
I mean, it really is hard to say. You know, a lot of them say, it's number 475 out of a run of 1,000. But how many runs of 1,000 did they do? I mean,
they may have stopped and then did another run. Yeah, that's how they can say a run of 1,000.
I mean, it's okay stuff. I mean, I wouldn't buy it, but
I mean, there was a really cool colored pencil John Belushi
with
in there,
his shirt open and his gut hanging out.
Shirt open. Yeah, that was a great thing. But it was easily $450.
Probably. Yeah. And there was one thing in there I really liked. They had Hawaiian shirts. Silk Hawaiian shirts, they were about $70-80 a shirt, but they're copies of shirts that celebrities have worn. Like there's one that shows a picture of Dustin Hoffman and John Lovitz standing together, and John Lovitz is wearing this Hawaiian shirt with pineapples on it, and you can buy that.
You can buy that shirt.
Yeah.
I want to buy Dustin Hoffman's shirt. I don't want to buy John Lovitz's shirt.
Either way, they'll both have little black curly hairs inside of them, okay? And then here's the question I had, is that there was a whole bunch of drawings of the Rolling Stones, and right in the middle there was this big one of Don Knotts, and I'm wondering why they decided to put Don Knotts in the middle.
That was not Don Knotts, that was Todd of Todd and Aaron. No, it was
Jagger.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah.
Sure look like Don Knotts.
Well, the older he gets, the closer they look.
I mean, 1960s Don Knotts.
Really?
Yeah.
By the way, Uncle Todd, I always thought you looked like Mick Jagger, not Don Knotts.
That was the joke he was making.
Yeah.
Let's make it perfectly clear.
Honest.
think we better make that Real Housewives interview available on our social medias
Oh, I was planning on posting it. It was pretty good.
because, well, it just makes sense.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
Because I won't lie, the clicks. All right?
Oh, big time.
Yeah, it'll be there. So look for that. All right, let's get to round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight, possibly becoming Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. Not Boner of the Day. No, round 2 happens at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. Send that one forward. Also finds a spot in Boner Dome. Then those 2 go against each other. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. And then after that, it's Boner of the Week, decided by Dave the Flower Guy. Yes, like a Texas politician. He sweeps in and takes away your vote and just tells you who Boner of the Day is, or Boner of the Week is. So let's get to round 1. Let's send one of these 3 forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. And one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
What do we have, Katie? Is it?
We've got Dracula tickets.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Ballet
That-
West.
For tonight, actually. It's their first show.
So you need to be able to come and pick them up in downtown Salt Lake tonight? is
Tonight, yes.
that- All right. Okay. Or before 5
Yeah.
at our office.
Yeah.
and then- so go to get them at just before 5 and then go to dinner and then go see the show.
It'll be perfect. It's right around the corner.
All right.
Boner candidate number 1. Can't you just wear some lucky socks or something? Professional athletes have been known to do just about anything in order to get into the right headspace before a game. Some will eat a specific pregame meal. Some will listen to a certain song. Some will watch videos of gorillas fighting to the death. Yes, you heard that correctly. Minnesota Timberwolves star Karl Anthony Towns recently revealed that he likes to watch videos of gorillas fighting to the death in order to get motivated prior to every NBA game. Quote, before games, I know Kobe talked that he used to listen to Halloween-themed music, and that would really get him going, Towns said. I really have just been watching 2 gorillas fight before every game. I've been addicted to that. I want to see who's best in the laws of nature. I'm watching gorillas fight all day. I know if I'm in that video, I'm the one that's leaving alive. Someone's got to die, and it ain't going to be me. This is certainly a different way to get into the right frame of mind prior to a game. Perhaps watching gorillas fighting gives Towns the proper motivation to battle those tough rebounds and be at the top of it. This is horrible. What kind of person would use fighting to the death animals as something to get you motivated? He's not a nice person, and he's Boner candidate number 1. Boner candidate number 2. Keanu said, I can't slow down.
I love this story, by the way.
San Diego, California. A San Diego man seemingly tried to reboot the movie Speed and told police that he could not stop driving a stolen tow truck or a bomb would explode. The
And
suspect...
did he say when he was talking to him, I got one of those speed bombs on board?
The suspect led police on a chase from Pacific Beach to downtown San Diego Monday evening, never going above 10 miles an hour. So like Speed the movie, what was it, 55 miles an hour?
Yeah.
This was never going above 10 miles an hour. After more than an hour of a slow motion chase, at 10 miles an hour, couldn't a police officer just walk up to the car?
I know I can run 10 miles an hour, so.
Police eventually stopped the truck using spike strips to flatten the tires. 10 miles an hour. The driver refused to get out of the car, and police deployed pepper balls into the vehicle until he was forced out. You'll be very shocked and surprised to hear that no actual bomb was found.
This is the opposite of Speed, buddy.
I can't go above 10. There's a Boner candidate number 2. Keanu told me I couldn't stop. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. PE teachers tearing it up.
And Gina, I hate to be that guy, but excuse me, it would be Dennis Hopper told me not to stop.
Oh, okay.
Remember, he's the one.
Okay,
all right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by.
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated businesses. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup is available.
A Salt Lake City information technology employee is accused of accessing sensitive police information and trading it for sex in a deal with a human trafficking suspect, courts show. The 50-year-old IT employee had full access to the police department as well as all city and law enforcement databases, according to a probable cause statement. He was arrested on suspicion of exploiting prostitution, aiding prostitution, computer crimes, and obstruction of justice. In a statement Thursday, Salt Lake City Mayor Erin Mendenhall said she's deeply troubled by the circumstances and information in the allegations. The suspect has been placed on administrative leave. According to the probable cause statement, the employee is suspected of engaging in a deal with Michael Joe Ricks, 49, who was charged on October 7th with multiple counts of aggravated human trafficking, aggravated exploitation of prostitution, and multiple drug-related charges. The document states that the employee provided Ricks with sensitive police information via encrypted messages, including names and phone numbers of undercover officers working to investigate prostitution and human trafficking crimes, as well as inside knowledge of when such undercover operations were happening at apartments or hotels where Ricks allegedly operated. In exchange, at least 2 victims told police they were forced to perform sex acts with the suspect, who was only referred to as the Guardian.
Ew.
So this is IT guy going, I'm going to tell you who the undercover cops are, and I'm going to tell you where they're going to have stings, but you got to, I'm going to trade that for sex with some of your prostitutes. This is horrible.
It is.
Suspect was arrested Wednesday. When questioned by police, he admitted he had accessed Salt Lake City databases from his home, but he said the information he provided was false and not legitimate. Even so, okay, say that's true. You're still supposedly trading information for sex.
Yes.
With these people. They said part of the and some of the victims, the human trafficking victims, said they thought he was a police officer.
Oh.
Because he seemed like he had access to buildings he shouldn't, and he kind of put himself out there as a police officer. So they thought, oh, we better go along with this or we're going to get arrested. This is just horrible on multiple
so many levels, yes. Oh, God.
So there's that.
Yay.
Brian Laundrie has
Okay.
officially been identified.
So that is his remains.
It's they use dental records to positively ID him, but I'm still just super suspicious about this whole thing.
It's odd. It's so weird.
Because the police, many agencies have been searching this preserve for weeks. And mom and dad say, well, we have thought of this other place you should probably look. And then mom and dad go with police to look there. And then dad finds, oh, look, this is Brian's backpack with a notebook. It's just so off.
Whatever could be that thing.
In like 10 minutes.
He
Do you
throws it.
see-
What's that over there?
Do you see that over there?
I think there is way, way, way more to this story. I mean, obviously it's Brian, he's dead, but I still think there's something where the parents were trying to help him hide, and they haven't been really forthcoming with police, and their timeline keeps shifting, and there's something up there with his parents for sure.
No, Brian's not off in Mexico. Sorry.
No.
No, his
I'll
dental
admit
records.
I was wrong about that.
That's right.
Yeah,
Bill was right about. Bill's not here to hear me say
Yeah.
Bill was right.
He was right.
Yeah.
Do you want me to take a clip of that and send it to him?
Sure. Bill was right. Although I still think there's shenanigans. I don't think we've heard the last.
Any true crime junkie, as Gina and I both are,
Of course.
we are all on our edge of going, no, this isn't right. This, there's something off about this.
You know, and that's why this show, Only Murders in the Building, is just so wonderful.
It's so good.
I love that. I love everything about that show.
I was
Well, you
going
get
to say
Steve
this
Martin
is.
and Martin Short together, and I'm sold.
I was gonna say this is a show made for Gina Barberi because it's got her
Oh.
two favorites, and
Yes.
it's about
Yes.
murder podcasts. So
Yes. It's so wonderful. It's my happy place these days. See, I watched Maid, and it's sometimes too much for me. I finally finished that, but it would depress me.
well, and Sue told me not to watch it because it would depress me. So
It's horrible. I mean, it's wonderful,
finished
but
it.
it's horrible. It's just. And actually, if I can take a second, since that I brought that up, I've gotten a bunch of messages from people about that show Made, asking me what it is. It's Made on Netflix.
I actually
And-
just passed it the other day for the first time.
And a lot of people that have been in similar situations as the characters in that, and a bunch of people reached out to me. And if I haven't got back to all of you, I'm sorry. I'll try to do that this weekend. But lots and lots of people that show's affected a lot of people. And I'd say if you were not that far out from dealing with domestic violence in your own life, I would tell you to wait to watch it, because I think it'd be kind of hard to watch. It was hard for me to watch, and it's been a long, long time since I've had to deal with that. So, anyway, major salmonella outbreak. It's infected 650 people in 37 states. They finally figured out where it's coming from. Onions.
Oh, no.
Onions.
Now, they're imported from Mexico. Now, the hard thing is, if you got onions in your kitchen,
How do you know?
how do you know? I mean,
Yeah, how do you know?
they're just saying you should throw out. If you have
Throw out
onions,
all your onions.
throw them out. Yeah, but none of us know. I mean, maybe you knew at the store when you picked them out where they came, but you don't keep track of that kind of thing in your house.
Well,
so.
but now we have one of those meal kit services, and so I have to check with Sue now to see if there's onions in it.
I mean, depends on when it came in, I guess.
Came in yesterday, day before.
So, I don't know.
That's
Maybe
what I'm
ditch the
wondering.
onions.
Yeah.
I don't want you getting salmonella.
I don't want any. No. No.
Halle Berry.
Love her. Yes.
So fed up with Bryan Singer while making. We keep hearing these stories, don't we?
I was going to say, just add this to the big stack of Bryan Singer is a dick stories, you know?
While making X2, X-Men United, she told the now disgraced director, quote, "Kiss my black ass," according to co-star Alan Cumming. Cumming wrote this in, so this isn't coming from her, it's coming from him.
Alan
He
Cumming.
wrote it in his upcoming book, Baggage Tales from a Fully Packed Life, that Singer, quote, has himself admitted he was using painkillers at the time and exhibited troubling behaviors, including mood swings, paranoia, tantrums, in addition to disappearing from the set for hours on end. As a result, Cumming, Barry, Patrick Stewart, Hugh Jackman, James Marsden, Famke Janssen, all while in costume and makeup, gathered in the Tony winner's trailer one day to confront him. Cumming recalls that Barry spoke movingly of the people she'd known with drug issues. Cumming writes that there was a pause in the room before Singer lifted his head and said, "You people, you're so full of sock."
Mm-hmm.
And then Barry
Yeah.
said, "I've heard enough. You can kiss my black ass."
Thank you, Halle Berry.
I cut my hair to be like her once from 007. Got mistaken for a boy when I was wearing a skirt.
Oh,
Never
that
cut my hair
short?
again. Yeah,
Oh,
when
I
she
love
could
that.
spike it in Die Another Day.
She looks so good with that
I did
hair.
that. Loved it. And then got mistaken for a boy in a skirt. Never did it again.
That just makes me want to watch X2 again now. Because Alan Cumming was great as Nightcrawler. Anyway, weather, traffic.
Weather brought to you by... Nope. Just kidding. We've got a high of 71 today, partially cloudy, but we only have a 1% chance of rain, so it's not going to happen today. More likely, it'll come tomorrow. We've got a 57% chance of rain tomorrow, but we've got a low of 47, so it's going to be a fairly good night. Just a nice light jacket if you need. And traffic. Let me do an update. Stalled vehicles southbound I-215 west at exit 21. That's around 9th South in Salt Lake. The right shoulder is blocked. Clearance should be about 8:20, so looks like it's going to take a minute to get that out of there. Otherwise, everything else looks pretty good. I don't see anything from Oh, there was a message from a listener earlier. There was a luggage in the middle of the freeway. If you want to try and risk that for luggage, I wouldn't. But that is all brought to you by choosing Medicare plan is challenging. With Advantage U, you get affordable coverage and benefits designed by local healthcare professionals with a network of doctors and hospitals you know and trust. Choose Advantage U. Enroll today at AdvantageUMedicare.com.
All right. Boner candidate
number 3.
Go ahead.
PE teachers tearing it up. This is also could dovetail into a Florida man story, too. A Florida men story. Vero Beach, Florida. 2 newly hired physical education teachers at a Florida elementary school were arrested after the shooting of a man whose apartment they entered thinking it belonged to someone else following a night of drinking. One of the PE teachers mistakenly climbed into bed with the man, his wife, and their baby, and the other teacher went to the bathroom before the male occupant of the house escorted them out. The teachers believed they'd entered the apartment of one of their friends. While outside, one of the teachers got into a scuffle with the male occupant, which was broken up by another teacher. While the male resident was returning to his apartment, one of the teachers chased him, fired 4 shots, striking him in the back. Luckily, his injuries were not life-threatening. All of this was caught on security video at the apartment building. The teachers drove off, but someone recognized them on the Indian River County Sheriff's Facebook page and called Crime Stoppers. Hey, I know them. They're PE teachers at the local elementary school.
Hey,
Oh, no.
Hey, that's Coach Landry.
But that's a good that you should check the sheriff's Facebook page every once in a while. Make sure none of your teachers or people are
Yeah, do that.
Just check it every once in a while.
It's Thursday at 1. I've got to do the check.
Mugshot check. Boner candidate number 3. PE teachers out there tearing it up.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and votes.
Boner candidate number 1. Can't you just wear some lucky socks or something? This is a professional NBA player for the Minnesota Timberwolves how he gets pumped up before every game. He likes to watch videos of gorillas fighting each other to the death. There's something wrong with you. I will fix this one. Dennis Hopper says I can't slow down. This is a guy in San Diego who was driving a stolen car, saying there was a bomb in it that would explode. But instead of it being 55 miles an hour like the movie Speed, he had to keep it at 10 miles an hour. And they had like an hour-long slow-motion car chase with this. And then Boner Candidate number 3, you just heard that. The PE teachers out there tearing it up.
All right. Here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight, possibly becoming Boner of the Day? I say possibly because it's not a clear path. Yes, it gets a spot in Boner Dome if it wins this round. But round 2 comes up at 8:20. We do this again with 3 more candidates. And we do votes there and get another winner there. Then we take both of our winners, one from each round, and put them against each other. Boner of the Day is decided by you between those 2 candidates with your vote at 9:20. All right. Then after that, it's Boner of the Week. We'll get to that coming up. Right now, just focus on this round 1, okay? 1, 2, or 3. Remember which candidate number that you want to win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting October 22, 2021, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is round 1.
We're broadcasting here from Namche Bazaar in Nepal. We're sitting in my room at the Zomling Guest House and Panoramic View restaurant. I met the owner a few minutes ago and did a little interview with him. Maybe you'll hear some of that coming up on the show at some point. An interesting man. His name is Saddam Sherpa, and he is he's from Tibet. He came here from Tibet And I was just going to ask Geljan, you don't mind being on the radio for a second, do you, Geljan? I'll come over and sit by you. I heard people asking you today about Sherpa. What is that? Is that a last name, or what is it, or why do they say Sherpa?
Yeah, Sherpa means the name of our caste. We have different family name. Like, for example, my name is Furgeljan Sherpa, and then my family name is Lama. Yeah, so I really want to make it clear the people who are very confusing about the Sherpa people. The people think the Sherpa is like our name of our profession. So it's wrong. So Sherpa means our caste name.
It's a caste name. And what does Sherpa mean? You told me that today.
Sherpa means in our language that we are Eastern people. We came, Shar means East, Pa means people, and we came from the East part of Tibet. So that's why.
Why did you all come here from Tibet?
Yeah, there's a quite confusing. Somebody says there's two things. Somebody says maybe there that time there was very big influenza disease, and so the people were very scared, and they come over here to the Nepal. And somebody says there was a war. There's like a civil war, and then there's a people they lose the war, and then they came over here. And but yet we don't know which one is true.
And this was hundreds of years ago, right?
No, it's approximately 500 years ago. We don't have exact data.
Yeah, 500 years ago. And from what I've heard you say about Tibet, I mean, there's a kind of a longing for Tibet. Is that true? If somehow you could go back to Tibet, is there some feeling like that?
I'm sorry, I'm really confused about your question.
I mean, you hold Tibet with a great deal of reverence. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And Tibet is, of course, really no more. And we'll talk to Geljan later on in the trip too. He's very worried. He thinks the Sherpa people are going to be no more at some point. And so we'll talk about that. But that's it for now. I'm Bill Allred, broadcasting at the Zamling Hotel and Panoramic View Restaurant in Namche Bazaar, Nepal.
Hey, let's 46 now. Before we award round one of your boners, just a quick reminder that is it our next break? Yeah, next break is best question of the week. And honestly, unless we get some good questions,
yeah,
I'm not happy with any of them, frankly.
Well,
but
I'd say, Bill's on vacation. He'll be back Monday. This is a good opportunity to ask a question that you wouldn't ask if Bill was around. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
Who knows?
Or anything you want. Radio from hell at x96.com. Best question of the week happening next.
I'll throw out a little something. Geek questions.
Sure.
I'd be happy to answer geek questions.
Horse questions.
Horse
if you have
questions
any
for
horsey
Gina.
questions.
Horsing is apparently the most dangerous sport.
Right? I have that story.
You have that story.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. So
Maybe my fiance has a reason to be scared of horses.
Yeah. Horror questions, you know, any of our specialties, get them in here. So radio from hell at x96.com. Put best question in the subject line. Send those now, because we need those in like 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, let's award round one of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by Miso Soup.
Ooh. And join us for Botanical at Red Butte Gardens this October 14th through the 31st, an outdoor family-friendly experience to celebrate Halloween. Enjoy safe activities, live music, storytellers, puppeteers, and more. Online pre-registration required at redbuttegarden.com.
All right.
So we had boner candidate number 1. Why can't you just wear like some lucky socks or something? This is this horrible Timberwolves player how he gets psyched up for his games as he likes to watch videos of gorillas killing each other. I mean, come on. What's wrong with you? Boner candidate number 2, Dennis Hopper says, I can't slow down. This is a guy in San Diego who took police on an hours-long 10-mile-an-hour chase, and he said he couldn't stop or a bomb would go off. My favorite part is they put spike strips down to stop him.
Well, my favorite part was he wouldn't get out of the car, so they pepperballed him? I mean, come on.
Voter candidate number 3 was PE teachers tearing it up. This is 2 PE teachers in Florida who went out and got drunk and broke into an apartment and got into a scuffle and shot the occupant. It was just a mess.
And see, when I read this story, I didn't see any photos, but in my head, I imagined, 2 stereotypical PE teachers with their whistles around their around their necks, with the shirt that just goes buttoned down to here, and the flat top haircut, and shorts with the long white socks coming up. And that's what I pictured when they were committing this crime.
I'm not sure who won the Dracula tickets, but looking at the results, and I agree with this. Boner candidate number 1, couldn't you just get some lucky socks or something?
Yeah. Here's your boner for round 1 for October 22nd, 2021. Now qualified to be boner of the day. It's the winner of round 1. We got round 2 at 8:20. We'll do this again with 3 more candidates. Get a winner there. Take both winners, put them against each other. 9:20 is when you'll decide boner of the day. All right. Now, you may have noticed a couple of things. Bill's not here. He's taking a weekend.
Yep.
He deserves it.
Before
we all do, actually. But
before the big cold hits, that we got the snow and the winter weather fully on its way. This will probably be our last nice weekend, so he went south. And we also said that Nick was going to be here today.
Yep.
And he is not. You may have noticed that.
Yep.
Well,
we got a message from Nick on why he couldn't be here. Do you want to just play the message?
Should I just play this?
Yeah.
This is a special musical
performance.
Musical excuse from Nick. It's a musical note from him. Here we go.
Sorry that I'm not there because I caught COVID.
Oh my.
I really wish that I was there, but I got sick and I you get the point.
Poor guy.
Now, Nick is fully vaccinated.
Yes.
Nick is fully vaccinated. He's young and he's healthy.
So I think he'll be fine. He might
Yeah,
feel
he'll-
crummy for a few days, but
I mean, you described some of the stuff. I mean, this is a friendly, a happy side of it.
Yeah, he called
Yeah, he
me.
made us laugh, but
He called me yesterday, and when I talked to him, I was on my way home from work, and he sounded okay, but like I could tell he felt terrible. I know Nick fairly well. Let's remember, he trained me as an intern for this show.
That's right.
And he called and he said, I've got these few symptoms. I'm not feeling great. I'm going to go get a COVID test. Just within the last hour, I was puking, and I was like, you're going to go get a test now. You're not going to come in tomorrow. You're going to rest and take care of yourself. And so I'm sure he's not feeling great.
But in the back and forth with him, you some of the symptoms and the things that
Yeah,
he's going through, you describe. It's
he had the symptoms. He's sticking out, minus the whole losing the scent and and taste thing. He woke up with the cold chills or the cold sweats. He had, he had a massive headache. He was just not doing well. All of a sudden, he just started puking everywhere. And all of those symptoms, I was just like, you're gonna go get COVID tested like now. That's what's gonna happen.
So yeah, that was. And again,
Well,
that's a lighthearted side, but we know the truth, and what he's going through is not fun.
It's not easy.
No.
So that's why it's
but
important.
because he got vaccinated, he's going to be. He'll have a crummy few days, maybe week, maybe 10 days. But he's gonna be fine.
He'll bounce back.
Hopefully, yeah, and hopefully there isn't any long-term side effects.
We love you, Nick, if you're listening.
More than likely, I'll text him later, have an update. Maybe I'll post it and let everybody know how he's doing. But
Now, and speaking of COVID and Nick, while all this was going down, this Nick is sick, and the texts back and forth. Sue and I are up in the Ogden area because it was little Ripley's cardiologist, the pet cardiologist.
The specialist, you have to go all the way to Ogden.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, for her EKG and all of that stuff. And all the good news is she's fine. She's, she says, I'm comparing from the test we ran a year ago, and there is no change, which is great. So
good.
She's the medication is working out, and everything's
Excellent.
fine. But while all of this is going on, the doctor says, why don't you go get lunch? Run some errands or whatever, because we're going to have her for more than an hour. So, so Sue researched a burger place up there. And I'm not going to, it doesn't matter what burger place or anything. But we get there, and it's a small place. And it's busy.
Any outside seating?
No.
Oh.
And
To go.
Guess,
I feel
guess
like
who were,
to go.
And guess who are the only two with the masks on?
Of course.
Us. Nobody in that place.
But you
wearing a
stayed?
mask.
You didn't change your mind?
You couldn't. These burgers, the way that they're built, you couldn't get them to go.
Ah.
And I'm not going to eat a messy thing like that in my car. I'm just not going to.
No.
So we kept our masks on until our food came, and then we ate. But and as we left, I said, A, that burger wasn't that great, and B, if I get COVID, it'll be from that place.
Yeah, that's where it happened.
That's where it happened.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that was just, it made me a little nervous.
I know.
Hey, the minute he called me, I was like, oh, have you been in the studio recently? Like, I got a little nervous. He's like, no, I've been recording from home. And I was like, okay, thank you.
Good. All right.
Because we all can do that now.
This is not over.
Oh, no.
No.
We still need to be careful.
Just quickly, all I can say about this place, and again, I'm not going to say the name of the place. It was good. It wasn't great. But if you're so proud of your hamburger buns, maybe they shouldn't be so dry. That's all I'm saying. I know that it's that type of bun, and that's what you'll try to tell me. But with what you're doing, it's just not working. Anyway, traffic, please.
Yes, let's do a little refresh on this really quick. I have so many tabs open right now.
You're doing a lot, Katie. We appreciate your help this morning.
Let's see. The last thing I have was that stalled vehicle that is still blocking the southbound I-20 or I-215 exit, which is the 9th South exit. It's right. The right shoulder is still blocked off. It says it'll be cleared about 8:20, so you've got a little bit of time there. Otherwise, everything else still looks pretty green throughout the valley and everything like that. So yeah, that's traffic. There you go.
All right, thank you. We will take a break. We will be back with Best Question. So again, I've been sent a few personally, so we'll see what happens. But radio from hell at x96.com. Put Best Question in the subject line. And we got bonus round 2 all coming up. Stand by. BigOTires.com. Now, I know that Bill took his day and he drove south. And I know it's been a while, but when I drive south, I feel better knowing that all along I-15, all the way, you got Big O Tire stores.
Yeah, I mean, I usually go to the one on Highland Drive, but I have had tire issues in other places. I've been up in Ogden, and thank goodness there's a couple Big O's up there. I've used them up there. And it just can be an unexpected expense sometimes. Sometimes it's not just a matter of filling up a flat tire. You definitely need new tires. And that's why Big O offers no credit needed financing. So no matter your budget, your situation, they have financing tailored to you.
Now, listen, I used to think that snow tires were just something that they sold you because they could sell them to you. No, there's a science behind it. There's a reason that you need a different tire when the weather gets cold, and you should talk to your Big O Tire Pro about that.
Stop in today and you can save $150 in savings on Big O brand tires with your Big O credit card. Go to BigOTires.com.
Melon. Spell it with me now. M-E-L-O-N. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our good Utah friend, LeVar. LeVar has gone to the post office on an errand for his neighbor, LeGrand R. Dunn. Let's listen as LeVar steps up to the clerk's window at the post office. Again, the word is melon.
Next! You, there, the man with the baggy overalls and the wide tie. No, not you. You, the wide tie with the palm trees and the hula girls on it.
Who, me?
Yes, you're next. Would you step up to the window here, sir?
Sure, I'm coming. What's your danged hurry?
The U.S. mail doesn't wait, sir.
Okay, well, keep your shirt on. I'm here.
Yes, I see that, and still, I wait for you to state your purpose.
Well, I don't know about that. I just came here on an errand for my friend. I don't got no purpose.
Fine. What errand are you on for your friend?
My friend, LeGrand R. Dunn, needs to send something to his boy who's on a mission in Scotland, okay?
Yes, that's fine.
I think it is. Scotland's a real nice place, they say. But I hear them Scots are pretty hard to convert. They's big drinkers, you know. That's where Scotch comes from. And McDonald's, too, now that I think about it.
How may I help you, sir?
Well, let me see. I got the note from LeGrand here in my pocket somewhere. Let me, it's got what he wanted me to get for him written on it. If I could just find it.
Look, sir, I'm going to have to ask you to step aside for a moment until you're ready, okay? We got tons of people waiting here, and we're real busy.
Well, just keep your panties on. I got it right. Yeah, it's right here. Here it is. My friend LeGrand needs a melon tube.
Sorry? He needs
a melon tube. He sent me here to buy him a melon tube.
Well, perhaps you'd be better off running your errand at the Western Garden Center then.
You postal workers has got a real funny sense of humor. No, he needs a melon tube to send something to his boy.
Sir, we're prohibited from sending produce overseas.
No, it ain't produce. It's a poster with the Articles of Faith on it. He don't want to fold it up. He wants to roll it up and put it in a tube and mail it, and that's why
Next!
He needs a melon. What about my melon tube?
This is a .44 Magnum, the most powerful handgun in the world, and it will blow your head clean off. Now, you've got to ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? Well, do ya, punk?
You know, I think he memorized all of them Articles of Faith to get his CTR ring anywho. I'll just, don't you worry about it. I'll just be on my way, okay? Next! Who's next? Don't keep this man waiting. Who's next?
Okay, it's let's see, 8:03 right now. Do we have a contest or anything?
No.
No, we
Seems like
don't.
we have 8 o'clock contests. I know we're going to
Sometimes
start.
we do.
There's some big money coming.
Oh, that's
I don't know.
right.
Yeah.
Can I talk about that
I don't
yet?
know about that. I don't think we can talk about it quite yet.
But soon, big
just
money
know.
to win.
Big money, yes.
Big money, big money.
So stand by for that. All right. Okay. Let's get to best question of the week. Is it sponsored?
Yes, choosing a Medicare plan is challenging. With Advantage U, you get affordable coverage and benefits designed by local healthcare professionals with a network of doctors and hospitals you know and trust. Choose Advantage U. Enroll today at AdvantageUMedicare.com.
It's best question of the week. Send us your questions. I saw some people texting in questions. Those are hard to do because we lose your texts when they come in. Better if you email them in. radiofromhell@x96.com. Put best question in the subject line. Can be about anything. And Katie has selected a couple because sometimes the questions we can just run through quickly and answer, like the first one.
Yeah,
Katie
like
was.
this one. It comes from Claire. Thanks. And it says, Katie's hair, naturally curly or straight? Today it's straight. The other days it's curly. I suspicion it's naturally curly. Probably took a lot of time to straighten it. Yes, it is naturally curly. Very curly. And which is why even when it's straight, it still curls because it cannot stay straight. So, yes, naturally curly. Takes me about an hour and a half to 2 hours to straighten my hair.
Wow.
Yes.
Why would you?
Look at
Which
that
is why
effort.
I haven't done it in months. So, yes, there's your answer. Naturally curly.
Okay.
Next question.
All right.
What do you think have been the best comic book to movie adaptations? And have you found the Marvel MC universe to have you found the movie characters to be true to that character?
Now, see, this is a tough question because when you say the best adaptation, you need to define best. Is in your opinion
closest to the original source material? Is
but
it
does that make it best? See,
Mm.
because as much as I love the Infinity Gauntlet story in the comic books, I thought that the Infinity War and story, those two movies, were better.
Okay.
So my definition of best is different from your definition of best. Now, if I'm saying, the adaptation closest to, I can point to two, and that's Sin City, which is essentially the comic book.
Right.
Just done with action, or the Ultimate Watchmen cut. Not the regular theatrical edition, but the Ultimate edition, because it's just like reading the comic book. It's word for word, essentially.
Really fast. If we're just doing comic book to movie adaptations, I'm going to throw in Trick or Treat. Because that movie...
Was that a comic book first?
Yes, I believe it was. And it is near exact comic style from the movie to the comic. And I think it's really cool. So, and I own the comic book of that, actually.
Oh, okay.
So there.
But now, as far as bringing a character to the screen or a TV show, I could point to, for me, Tom Holland as Spider-Man in any of those iterations is absolutely perfect.
He really is.
I was a huge Spider-Man fan growing up, and then I stopped. And these movies made me a Spider-Man fan again. It made me remember why I love that character so much. These movies, not the comic books. Although the comic books have been very interesting, what they've been doing. There was a run that Peter David did on, was it Peter David? No. Anyway, it was called Superior Spider-Man, which was just a 12-issue run, and it was some of the best Spider-Man I ever read. And guess what? Peter Parker was not in it.
Oh.
Dr. Octopus took over.
Octopus?
He took over Peter's body. I'm not going to get into how it happened.
Oh, okay.
But it was Peter's body, Oc's mind. And he said, "This is how I will defeat Spider-Man. I will be a better Spider-Man."
Oh. So, like, helped people and stuff?
Yeah, doing superhero work, but he says, "I'm going to do it better."
So he went from a villain to a superhero?
Yeah.
Interesting.
He says, "This is how I get my ultimate revenge on Spider-Man. I do his job better than him."
Oh.
It was fascinating. But anyway, off track. Marvel movies that have made me like a character that I never liked. that's a big thing for me. And I can point to Captain America and Doctor Strange. I never cared for Cap growing up.
Did he seem too goody-goody?
He was too goody-goody. And then they changed the writing team on the Captain America comics, and they did this little thing called Civil War in the comic books. And that's what made me love Captain America. And then they just took that Captain America and put him into the movies, and I went, okay, great. Doctor Strange, I never liked Doctor Strange. Reading Doctor Strange was... My wife and I feel the same way. Magic is cheating.
It's magic.
It's, woo, I can do this, and it solves the day. Sue really hates magic. She's like, that's cheating. Sorry, that's just not interesting at all. But the movie made me love Doctor Strange, and now I'm looking forward to him being Spidey's mentor in this upcoming Spider-Man.
Gonna be exciting. I'm excited for that.
Tom Holland, that was the thing that made me cry. Mr. Stark?
Oh.
That was when I didn't cry when Mr. Stark, when he died.
Yeah.
I cried when.
I would agree with that one 100% as well.
Stark?
And that was fully ad-lib too.
Yes.
What a monster. He knows how to pull at your heartstrings.
But see, here's the thing about if you've been, like I have, reading the comic book since you were 8 years old and then seeing these movies. We've had so many live-action iterations that have just been terrible. I mean, there was a Spider-Man TV series for not a long time. It lasted less than a season, where, his spider power was he had a rope.
Well, this was a long time ago, Carrie. The special effects were...
And there was even a Doctor Strange made-for-TV movie. There was a Daredevil was on the Hulk, and I was thrilled because Daredevil was one of my favorite characters, But
no.
And here comes the trial of the Incredible Hulk, and Matt Murdock's going to defend Bruce Banner in a murder thing, and we know he's Daredevil. And
you have an embarrassment of geek riches as an adult here that
we do.
Little Carrie never could have dreamed having all.
Which
this
is
stuff.
why I always tell the younger geeks, you don't know what we had to put up with. Don't complain to me about the MCU, all right? Because that is fabulous. I want you to take a look at this made-for-TV Doctor Strange. I want you to look at this. I'm sorry. The Hulk was a terrible TV series. It was just awful. Look at this bad stuff, and now I want you to look at what you got. I'm like, don't complain. This is terrific. They're doing it right.
And there's lots of it.
It's again, it was like, we've been doing Geek Show for 14 years. We started when we saw Iron Man was going to be a major motion picture. That was when we went, okay, Geek's going mainstream. And we kept joking.
I remember when you were talking about Rocket Raccoon.
Yes.
Now, I've never read those comics. I remember you telling me, so there's this raccoon, and I'm like, they're going to put... That's a thing in a movie that they're going to... And you were like, I never dreamed they would make a movie with Rocket Raccoon. And yet...
Well, and DC fans, take a look at James Gunn's Suicide Squad. If you'd have told me years ago King Shark is going to be the fan favorite...
He's so funny. My friends and I are doing actually a huge costume dress-up for next year's Halloween, and we're all doing Suicide Squad.
Yeah, if you'd have told me King Shark, one of the lamest supervillains in DC history.
He's great.
He's so
Polka
good.
Dot Man. Polka Dot Man steals that movie, all right? This is one of, again, some of the worst characters. And it's the same with Rocket and Groot. They were just like these, so far away from being good at all. And then here they come. And so when people say the Eternals is going to flop, I'm like, is it? I mean, look what we've done. Look what we've done. Yeah, I mean, even I've not read those comics, but, we'll see.
Yeah.
Anyway, I could go on for days about this stuff, so I won't. That's what Geek Show Podcast is for. That's where we do it. So
if you want more of this content, go to geekshowpodcast.com. Yeah, and send in your best question of the week for next week. radiofromhell@x96.com.
All right. Traffic, please, Katie.
Yes, let me do a little refresh here. Crash northbound I-15 at mile marker 307, which is about 6 south. The left shoulder is blocked, and clearance should be about 9 o'clock. There's also another stalled vehicle southbound. Nope, that's still that same one. Hopefully that's cleared up by now on 9th south. There's also a crash southbound I-15 Oh, those are the exact same ones. Okay, so there's a crash on I-15 at 6th South on the left shoulder. It should be cleared up about 9 o'clock. Checking the messages. I know we got a couple people that sent in. Oh, it's all about the 6th South crash.
Everyone's having the same experience.
Yeah, accident being cleaned up on Antelope Island and Main Street in Layton. Southbound is slowed down. Other than that, everything else looks clear in the valley. So hopefully your commute is doing okay with that. And that is traffic.
All right. Boners round 2 coming up?
Yes, boner candidate number 1. Hey, Davis County parents, what the hell?
Yes, I'm glad you found this one.
Because that's the problem. Boner candidate number 2, G. Now that's a dangerous letter. And boner candidate number 3, lava tsunami idiots.
Oh.
Ooh, okay. Round 2, your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Randlife.com/X96. We need you to do the /X96 when you go to randlife.com, if you would. It's Randlife's 20th anniversary and part of their celebration and their long relationship with this show and with X96. They're giving X96 listeners a gift. The Randlife Customer for Life discount, which normally is only given to returning clients. So that's why you need to go to randlife.com/X96.
I know Bill's refinanced his home with them a couple of times. And you say, well, why do you have to refinance a couple of times? Well, that's the kind of company Randlife is. They're going to keep an eye on rates. And if they, already have your mortgage and they think, you know what, rates are going down, we should maybe look at saving you a little more money, they'll help you do that.
And as an X96 listener, if you visit randlife.com/X96 before November 30th, fill out an application for a purchase or a refinance, you will automatically be given Randlife's Customer for Life discount. Now, what that could mean for you is, say, Utah's median housing cost is $500,000 in September. And depending on the type of loan that you receive, the discount could save you anywhere from $1,250 to $2,500 upon closing. So, randlife.com/X96.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
melon. M-E-L-O-N, melon. Today's word was submitted by friend of the program, Allison P. Allison says she heard this word used on local news during discussion of voter turnout in our past electoral event. Allison didn't specify if the word was used by a newsreader or by someone being interviewed for the news. We can only speculate. Thanks, Allison. And if you hear a Utah word, please send your example to radiofromhell@x96.com. Please put Utah word in the subject line. Again, the word is melon.
Hey there, LeGrand. I got to ask you something.
Okay.
Do I talk funny? Huh? I mean, I recognize that I sound different than some folks that I talk to down at the Golden Hour Center. I mean, I go down there and I play cards with the old folks on Thursday.
Well, I know that you do. But what makes you think that you talk funny? Do you talk different than them Golden Hours folks?
Yeah, some, I guess. I mean, a bunch of them are not original Utahns, and when I say certain things to them, they look at me strange, and then I know I've said something that they didn't get or think was correct.
Well, for instance?
Well, we was talking about the election. And like I said, a bunch of them aren't from Utah, but they said they'd voted anyway. And I said, how did you vote, especially when you weren't in your home state? How did you vote?
And
they have something called an absentee ballot, and they vote by way of the Postal Service. And I said, oh, I vote that way too right here in my home state. I do a melon ballot. And man, everybody just stopped and stared at me.
What? I don't get it. What was wrong with that?
Well, then one of them said, real smart aleck kind of guy, puts down his cards and says, a melon ballot? You got a cantaloupe running for governor?
Huh?
Honeydew running for mayor? How many melons are office holders here in Utah, he says.
Well, why would he say that? I mean, you was talking about sending in your vote through the mail, not not voting for melons.
Right. I said I sent my melon ballot, not a ballot to vote for a melon. There's a big difference between a melon ballot and a melon ballot, I would say.
Well, exactly. Besides, what kind of idiot would vote for a cantaloupe?
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
All right. Let's see. It's 8:21 right now. Let's get to it. Round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote, of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight, possibly becoming Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it secures a spot in Boner Dome and ensures that it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. But we'll take both of these winners and put them against each other, and you'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. So right now, you got to get your this winner of round 2. We got to send one of these 3 forward. All right? 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it. Gotta win it. Radio from Hell Boner T-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. Hey, Davis County parents. What the hell?
Yeah.
And now parents aren't mentioned in this story, but I am what the helling you parents. Davis School District has intentionally ignored, quote, serious and widespread racial harassment in its school for years, failing to respond to hundreds of reports from black students after they have been called slaves, the N-word, heard threats that they would be lynched. This is according to a jarring report from the U.S. Department of Justice. That refusal to intervene ultimately created an atmosphere that was so oppressive that some kids of color feared coming to class, the report said. Many stopped reporting acts of discrimination, which were often witnessed by teachers who didn't step in, they said. A few told justice investigators they felt the district was condoning the way they were being treated by taking no action. This isn't just a couple of instances.
No, it's a lot.
This is a culture of ignoring this behavior. As a consequence of this dismissive attitude to serious racial harassment, the district-wide racially hostile environment went unabated, the department concluded in a report released Thursday, and the district left students of color vulnerable to continued abuse. My husband went to school in the Davis School District a long time ago, and my husband isn't black. He's brown,
Yeah.
but he got called the N-word 40 years ago, and
we have a mutual friend, the three of us, who also went to Davis School District, who is also not black, who was also called the N-word.
yeah, this is.
And then I started seeing a lot of Davis County alums popping up on Twitter saying, "Yeah, this happened to me."
This is a rampant problem. Now, the department does not note what prompted its audit, but in May 2019, 2 months earlier, the Davis School District drew national attention when the family of a biracial boy who went to school there filed a lawsuit describing how the boy was purposefully shut in the doors of the school bus by the driver. We remember this story. This, I think, was a Boner candidate back then. The report specifically mentions that incident, saying it was seriously mishandled by the district while focused on protecting certain employees from discipline rather than worrying about the boy being endangered. The district later acknowledged it had received previous complaints about the bus driver's discriminatory behavior and were brushed aside. This is just one instance.
Yeah.
But the U.S. Department of Justice found multiple problems over years. And this is all directed at the schools, and I'm glad they're taking responsibility for it, and they're going to do sensitivity training, but I think this is broader than that, because these kids, nobody's born a racist. You learn that at home. What the hell, Davis County parent? Because this isn't just one bad kid this is a culture of racist behavior that's condoned and ignored and supported. You hear your parents talking that way, and then you talk that. This didn't just spring up out of nowhere.
And when you say, "Hey, parents," here's the thing, though, is what parent is going to say, "Is my kid a racist?" They're not. They're going to go, "Oh, my kid wouldn't."
And
that's the problem. But God forbid we teach the history of the nation. Here's a text. "I didn't get called the N-word, but I have tanner skin and was consistently asked, 'What race am I?'"
It's we say this all the time, but what year is this?
Yeah. And I would say to this texter, I hope that you replied with, "Does it matter?
No, it
Do
doesn't.
you care? Why do you care?"
So anyway,
All right.
Boner candidate number 1.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number 2. Gee, now that's a dangerous letter. We got another Florida man. Appearing for an arraignment on battery charges yesterday after striking a female victim in Indian River County, Florida, with, quote, the letter G that he had removed from a courthouse sign, according to arrest reports. The victim in Tuesday morning's attack said the woman, Jordan Thomas, is accused of battering in a prior case. Thomas was scheduled to be arraigned yesterday on misdemeanor charges stemming from a battery last month. Investigators say that Thomas was inside the Indian River County courthouse yesterday morning when he grabbed a signage letter from a blackboard in the front of the courtroom, striking her with the letter G. Video from the security camera validates the charge. The incident, cops say, occurred while court was in recess. I just think the letter G, I think you go for a sharper letter, though, when a T or
well, with a G, you can throw it like a frisbee, I suppose.
Oh, is that?
What about a V? What about a V? Would a V work like a boomerang almost?
Yeah,
because the G doesn't have sharp edges. So
but
I'm
unless
wondering.
Unless you got a V in the name of the county, though, because that's where he got it. Was
oh, yeah,
the
you're right.
courthouse.
So voter candidate number 2, the G. Now that's a dangerous letter.
Now, and depending on the size of the letter too, because if it's a like a courthouse sign letter, that's a pretty big one. A marquee from like a movie theater, I can vouch for. They're not big, but they're heavy. I could attack you right now with the letters S, J, and K, which are up in our living room right now. Yeah. We had a friend of ours who, when they were cleaning out the Hewish Theater in Payson, the one that I grew up in, got me the letters S, J, and K from their marquee thing.
That's cool.
And I got them hung up in the living room right now.
I like that.
But they're heavy. They do some damage.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, lava tsunami idiots.
That just sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Let's see. So be listening for candidate number 3 for round 2 right after this big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by.
At the height of its power, Angkor was a glorious city, but by the late 16th century, the empire was crumbling. Come along on a 3D adventure to unveil the mysteries behind the lost jewel of Cambodia, opening October 15th at Clark Planetarium.
Mm-hmm.
Alec Baldwin fired a prop gun that killed a woman and injured a man on the set of the movie Rust in New Mexico on Thursday, Santa Fe County Sheriff's report said. The film's director of photography, Halnya, I feel bad I'm saying her name wrong, Halyna Hutchins, 42, was killed, and director Joel Souza, 48, was injured when Baldwin discharged a prop firearm, the sheriff's office said in a statement Thursday evening. Souza was taken to the hospital by ambulance and was receiving emergency care, officials say. There was an accident today at the New Mexico set of Rust involving a misfire of a prop gun, a spokesperson said. Production has been halted for the time. Safety of our cast and crew remains top priority. So this has sparked a big debate, which has been going on since Brandon Lee's death while the filming of The Crow. Mm-hmm. Prop gun goes off and kills Brandon Lee. Carrie mentioned another actor, that
John Eric Huxham from late 70s, early 80s TV shows. He was going to be a big star because he was good looking and could act. And he was playing with a prop gun and it killed him.
So they say they have blanks in them, but blanks can still projectile things out of them, right?
They do well, and they want that flash because it looks great on camera. So I understand that some of the blanks are hopped up a little bit, so you get a nice flame going, so it looks good when you're in the movies. So yeah, it needs to. I know it's cheaper to do it this way, but you need, with the blanks. But I think that it's going to happen. We're going to seriously see these prop guns taken out. No, you don't charge Alec. Here's a text. I hope they charge Alec. Not his fault. No, because he's handed a prop gun by the prop master.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's where the fault lies. Alec didn't bring a live round or something.
So no charges have been filed yet. Yeah. They're investigating, and I can't imagine that they will charge him with anything. But I mean, there's these. I feel so bad for him. There's these pictures of him from the set where he is just like on the ground and his head is dropped. And can you imagine how you would feel?
Well, yeah, that would be terrible.
And it would stick with you for the rest of your life.
Yeah, there's no getting away from that. And
a lot of times movie sets could be very dangerous, and especially dealing with, because these are real guns, they aren't fakes. These are real guns designed to shoot blanks, and that's, I think, the big problem is bringing real guns to a set.
I think you're going to see some changes.
There's just got to be a better technology here that we can do.
Another 12 Utahns died of COVID-19 in the past day, according to Utah Department of Health, bringing Utah's death toll to 3,118 since the pandemic began. 2 of those who died were between the ages of 25 and 44, 2 others between the ages of 45 and 64. Health Department Thursday reported 2,340 new coronavirus cases. Now, 800 of those were identified and added. They didn't just happen in the last week. They had gone back and reviewed some information and added those to the count. But even with those 800, that's still a number that's going up. Intensive care units in the state remain near capacity. according to the health department, 95% of all ICU beds and 98% of ICU beds in larger medical centers are occupied. Of all ICU patients, 39% are being treated for COVID-19. Additional 2,692 Utahns were fully vaccinated against the coronavirus in the past day, bringing the total to about 53% of Utah's population. If you still haven't gotten vaccinated, don't feel ashamed about it by going and starting the process now. Just go do it. And I would go do it, especially if you've got kids maybe you've been waiting to do the whole family, because there looks like kids are going to be able to get their shots as early as next month. Pfizer says kid-sized doses of COVID-19 vaccine are safe and nearly 91% effective at preventing infections in elementary school children. Details of the study were posted online Friday as U.S. regulators consider opening vaccinations to youngsters ages 5 to 11. Shots could begin as early as next month, with the first children in line fully protected by Christmas, which would be wonderful. We all have family members of that age group. It would be nice to have that done by the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as my nieces get vaccinated, I could go visit them.
Absolutely. Well, Kate Beckinsale says her super IQ has been a handicap to her success in Hollywood.
Boy, I'll say.
I mean, come on.
No, Kate, it's stories that you tell at Comic-Con about hiding Hershey's Kisses in body parts. All right, that's what's hurting you.
She said, I have an IQ of 152, and every single doctor and every single person I've come across has said, you'd be so much happier if you were 30% less smart.
What?
Nobody has said that to you, Kate Beckinsale. No, not only have doctors not said that to you, not one person has ever said to you, you would be happier if you were 30% less smart. It's not been helpful to me in my career. I think it's been a handicap, actually. She's nuts. Sorry to say. We were talking about horseback riding earlier.
Yeah.
Horseback riding is the most dangerous sport. More dangerous than football, motorcycling, skiing. This is according to a new study. There are more hospital admissions due to horse riding injuries than any other sport. Then it's the sport that I participate in, very rarely and occasionally. But I have been injured doing it. It's poor Christopher Reeve. That's how he got paralyzed.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Yes.
Gotta be careful.
Anytime I ride a horse, I'm nervous. Everybody talks about, oh, it's just nice to be one with the animal. And I'm like, no, I'm afraid.
I love horseback riding, but horses are actually one of my fiance's absolute biggest fears in the world. He's absolutely terrified of them.
Has he been injured by a horse?
No. See, I've been bucked off a horse and like into the fence and been able to get back on. That happened when I was like 7 or 8. And I still love riding horses. His best friend, his mom owns a farm or works on a farm, and they were sitting around a campfire, and she brought the horse up behind Andy and was like, hey, turn around. And she reared up the horse in front of him.
Oh.
And ever since then, he's been like, nope, no chance, no way, not happening.
They're powerful animals.
So my dreams of riding horseback on the beach with my fiance have been diminished.
Sports, weather, traffic?
Do you have sports? You're better at that one than I do.
Let me do that
Sports,
while
weather,
you're
traffic, yeah.
while you're getting that together. Let me just give you the schedule of things happening today. We have the Jazz playing the Kings. That's at 8:00 today. For college football, Utah State and Colorado State. That's 7:30 today. Then tomorrow, BYU and Washington State. Just want to remind you that's that school where they fired several of the coaches, including the head coach, because they wouldn't get vaccinated for COVID. That's a 1:30 game tomorrow. Utah and Oregon State is a 5:30 game tomorrow. And Real Salt Lake versus Chicago, that is 6:00 tomorrow. Weather, Katie?
Weather brought to you by, are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit our store at 6831 South State Street. Curbside service is available. We got a high of 71 today. It's going to be partially cloudy, but it looks pretty sunny out there right now. And then a low of 47 today, 46 today. Looks like we'll be in the highs of 49 tomorrow and more than likely showers with a 58% chance, and then 58 on Sunday. That is weather. Traffic. Let me reload, see if anybody sent anything in. Last thing I reported on was the crash on 6 South, and that looks like it's still there. Hopefully should be cleared up about 9 o'clock. I don't see any red going on in the valley, so it looks like things are pretty clear, and I don't have any text messages from anyone. So I think we're good with traffic. There you go.
All right. Back to Kate Beckinsale. Blaine makes an excellent point. Says, keep in mind, as smart as she claims to be, she dated Pete Davidson. All right, so let's not give Kate any breaks here. All right.
Boner candidate number 3 from La Palma, Spain. 4 Brits traveled to the La Palma volcano to take selfies near the volcano after breaching police checkpoints. The men took pictures of themselves near where rivers of 1,967 degrees Fahrenheit molten lava were pouring down from the erupting volcano. Terrifying video taken recently shows the moment that a lava tsunami hurls toward the town on the island where the volcano has been erupting since September 19th. One of the group posed a photo of himself in shorts and a t-shirt right next to the burning lava. We had to cover and sneak around the army and police. Search points, animals, dogs in the pitch black. We took a plane, a rental car, a ferry, a 5-hour hike to get there, but we huggin' did it. This is once in a lifetime sock.
And
the men
you're
are understood.
all dumb.
Yeah, because police put up, blockades, just to be mean, not to actually protect you from being.
They're just being dicks.
Let's see. A well-built, heavily tattooed Brit with bulging arm and leg muscles is smiling as he bends down and points to a shower of molten lava shooting high in the sky behind him. Another picture posted on his Instagram showed a barrier with the words, attention, road closed. But they're, walking right past it. So,
yeah.
Boner candidate number 3, lava tsunami idiot.
Okay, there we go. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, hate Davis County parents. What the hell? This is a Justice Department. This went all the way to the federal government. Justice Department report on racial harassment of students and what a chronic problem it is in Davis County.
Yes.
And I think it all starts at home. So what the hell? Boner candidate number 2, G is a dangerous letter. This is a guy at court, and he grabbed the letter G off of a sign in the court and attacked a woman with it. And you just heard boner candidate number 3, lava tsunami.
Okay, here we go. This is round 2 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, possibly becoming boner of the day? This is round 2. We have a winner for round 1 already. It waits in Boner Dome. It's waiting for the winner of this round 2. And then we'll have boner fight at 9:20. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. So right now you got to send one of these 3 candidates forward to boner fight. 1, 2, or 3. This is round 2. Send it forward. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text it to 33986. All right? Or you can call 877-602-9696. Speak to the producer's booth. They'll take your voice vote. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting October 22, 2021. Vote there. You have until the end of these messages. Let's go. This is round 2.
And now, it's time to play the game that everyone wants to play. It's Beat Gina! Beat Gina brought to you today by Hastur Games. Hastur Games in Midvale has the best selection of board games, Magic, and Dungeons & Dragons. And Hastur also buys used games. Hastur Games on 6831 South State Street, or go to HasturGames.com. And today, one lucky contestant will win a Fat Cats gift card. Yes, but that's not all. Another contestant, no, the same contestant, will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, here's the man who can host a game show with one hand tied behind his back. He's so good, he can host 2 game shows at the same time. Wow. When you look in the dictionary for the words game show host, you will find his picture, and you will swoon. Wow. Here he is, the man, nay, the legend, Kerry Jacksboy Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome,
Although
Kerry.
I think you're just taking Wikipedia entries about Wink Martindale and using them for me, right?
Oh, no. Wink Martindale doesn't cast a shadow like you do.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
How we pick the contestants, you ask? Well, it's easy. We determine, based on the prize that they're going to give Gina if she beats them at Scary Movie Trivia. So, line one, Gina is offering you a Greek gyro meal.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's prepared here or
no, there's no
if it's
specifics.
transported.
Okay.
Doesn't say. Line two is offering you Halloween cookies and wine.
Okay.
And line three is offering you Lehigh Bakery donuts.
I've never had the Lehigh Bakery donuts.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Is that what you
Johnny.
want?
Sure.
Going with Lehigh Bakery donuts with Brad. Brad is who you will be playing against today. Brad, are you there? Oh, hang on. Brad, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, good. Thank you, Brad. I was doing some work during the commercial. All right. We toss coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. That means you go first, Brad.
Are you feeling confident, Brad?
Very confident.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
These trivia questions prepared by Katie, I would think.
No.
No? Okay.
Hawk.
Based on the Scary Movie franchise.
Okay.
Which were the parodies of the Scream movies and a whole bunch of other horror movies, and so it's based on those.
Okay.
So here we go. Brad, your question first. Multiple choice. What is the name of the high school that Cindy goes to in the first Scary Movie? Is it 1, Shadyside High School, 2, Serial K High School, 3, Dead Bodies High, or 4, B.A. Corpse High School?
I think it's A.
Shadyside? Incorrect.
Shadyside.
Gina.
B.A. Corpse.
B.A. Corpse is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina, and I don't think I'd like to go to that high school. Gina now controls the question as well.
Gina.
Yeah.
What did Cindy type on the computer to summon the police? What was her message to call the police? Was it 1, the killer's in the house, 2, white woman in trouble, 3, can you bring some donuts, 4, I've fallen and I can't get up?
White woman in trouble.
Wow.
That's 2-0 for Gina, a commanding lead. But, Brad, you have a chance to climb back into the game.
Brad?
All right.
What is the book that Cindy is reading? Is it 1, Harry Pothead, 2, Board of the Rings, 3, The Gay Gatsby, or 4, the I'm Really Hungry games?
The Gay Gatsby.
Incorrect, Gina.
I don't know.
You wanna
A.
A, Harry Pothead?
Yeah. Oh, that was a total guess.
Well, Gina sweeps the game.
Wow.
Brad almost didn't get a chance to say anything. And now you'll be
I guess I
enjoying...
gotta go rewatch those movies.
Yeah.
You'll be enjoying delicious Lehigh Bakery donuts, and poor Brad will go home empty-handed.
People should expect me to do that again. That was a
That may never happen.
No.
You whipped him like a souffle.
Hang on, Brad. All right.
I'm going. Goodbye.
You're just out of here?
Yes.
You can't leave until I turn the music down.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
It's
I'm
like-
trying to.
It's like a Doctor Strange spell,
I'm, I'm trying to, but I can't leave.
Tell me the truth, Gina. You guessed on all of those.
Totally guessed.
I knew you didn't see those movies. I just knew it. Okay, Johnny, you're free.
Thank you.
You're released. Boners.
And it's brought to you in part by Miso Soup.
And Robber's Rooster Campsite Cordial Rock and Bourbon. Enjoy this rich, warming, spiced whiskey spirit straight from the bottle, or pour it in a tin cup and sip it by the fire. On shelves now at select DABC stores and produced by Water Pocket Distillery.
I haven't tried it yet, but I'm looking at the ingredients of this beverage.
Mhm.
And that screams like a pre-made hot toddy to me. It's practically pre-made.
I still want your husband's hot toddy, Gina, because
It's
I've
so
never had
good.
one I like.
It's so good.
Let's try his hot toddy recipe with this.
Yes, there we go.
It's got so much in it, though. It may not need all of the ingredients that
Just
your
warm it
husband
up a bit,
uses.
yeah.
Could be just that. We'll see. I don't know.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see. So, boner candidate number 1 was, hey, Davis County parents, what the hell?
Yeah.
This is the U.S. Department of Justice reporting intentionally ignored serious and widespread racial harassment in its school for years. This is not just one instance. It's a chronic behavior that now this is obviously aimed at the schools, and they're going to have to, implement some sensitivity training and things. But I look past that because these kids learned the racism somewhere, and it's at home, and it's rampant. And what the hell, Davis County?
Yeah.
What is wrong with you people? Boner candidate number 2, G is a dangerous letter. This is a guy in court who ripped the letter G off a sign in court and attacked a woman with it. And boner candidate number 3, lava tsunami idiots. These are some Brits, some jacked up Brits that thought it would be cool to go take Instagram pictures by a lava tsunami, which is super dangerous, and they could have gotten themselves in trouble, therefore putting first responders in danger to try to help them. That's not smart. Let's see. We had, this is going to be no surprise to you, I'm sure, and the results are exactly how I had hoped they would turn out. Our winner with 173 votes, boner candidate number 1. What, Davis County parents? What the hell?
Yep.
All right, there you go. That's the winner of round 2. It goes forward. It might be boner of the day. It will go up against the winner of round 1's voting, and you'll vote for boner of the day at 9:20. So stand by for all of that. And then we'll do boner of the week with Dave the Flower Guy. Mayor Jenny Wilson is on the phone. This is Salt Lake County Mayor, we should point out.
Hello, Mayor Wilson.
Hi, good morning.
You had a very busy day yesterday, it seems.
What happened?
You know, I did. I had a busy week, but glad it's Friday. But yeah, I introduced my budget yesterday, so lots of work going into it. We've got a great group of leaders at Salt Lake County who helped with that, and a great budget team.
So can you help us understand, because there's some federal money involved here, and does that have to be allocated a specific way? Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, well, we have our traditional budget that we work on every year at this time, and it's usually settled after the council reviews right around Thanksgiving. It goes on public display, and it's passed in December, and it's good, for the next calendar year. This year, we've received over $200 million in federal funding, and that is, you've heard the word ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act.
Yeah.
That funding is designated for health purposes and other recovery purposes. So we went through and looked at what we think we're going to need into the next few years. Those funds can be spent over 3 years. So really great opportunities. We put, or I recommended, we're not done yet because the council goes next, but $20 million into a housing trust fund that'll help us give grants and incentives for low-income housing development. I propose to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour at Salt Lake County. So a bunch of things like that I'm excited about, and I hope the council will keep in place.
And there's also, I see, a pay increase for some county employees as well, the 2% pay increase.
Yeah, 2%, and then a merit increase up to 2.75. So if you are a high performer, you would receive a 4.75 increase.
I also noticed this little tidbit that I thought was really an interesting addition. I'm getting this out of the Salt Lake Tribune. It says that you'd like to remodel a portion of the county jail to allow people who are incarcerated to gather themselves before they're released. Talk about that just a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, this is a program that community partners and the sheriff and others and I have looked at for some time. And we've now put some detail around it, and we're asking the council to consider this. What it would mean is that, we have a really high recidivism rate in the jail, and there are a number of factors for that. You could keep me on all day to talk about that one. But what we do know is that our community partners that want to provide assistance often lose track of people as they leave. And we also know when someone leaves the jail, they take, whatever they had when they came in. And sometimes we see seasonal change where somebody comes in a T-shirt and is released in the snow. And we do our best, but we need more resources and we need a better system. So I'm proposing that we remodel some area in the jail and that people can charge their cell phones as they leave. They can have a cup of coffee or hot chocolate. We will have also recommended staff members to work in this area. And then caseworkers will be on hand. The plan is 24/7, and those caseworkers can engage with that person and get a sense of what they need. Nothing will be required because at that point the inmate is free to go, but we're going to make it a good enough environment that we hope we can help people and get them on the right track as they leave our jail.
That's fabulous.
This is a terrific idea. When I read that yesterday, I never thought of it, and B, went, well, why haven't we been doing this? And I'm certainly glad that we're now looking at it. This is a great idea because you're being thrown out onto the street essentially after all that.
A little more of a soft landing, maybe.
Softer landing, yeah, maybe it helps. All right, well, thank you.
Is there anything else
I'm
before
excited about that one.
Before we run out of time that you want people to know about, Mayor?
Yeah, I want to remind people, those who are on the fence, please get your COVID vaccine because you're going to have competition with kids, coming up. And I think if you're on the fence, it's going to be easier. Go get it by the end of October. There will be vaccine available, but a lot of the workers are going to be working with kids in schools and trying to figure out that population. So if you're on, I would just say for your own planning purposes, for community health, we still have cases.
Yes.
Sadly, we still have deaths. Please go get your vaccine.
All right. Thank you. Mayor Jenny Wilson, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll talk to you next time.
Okay. Have a good weekend.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight, a reasonable amount of news, and more on the way. KXRK Provo.
I didn't see any of this. I just heard it secondhand.
I had a major breakthrough with Gina this weekend when we were in L.A. I got her drunk 3 times.
He did.
And it wasn't hard. Really.
It cost him a total of $10 for all 3 times.
Each time. He's a cheap drunk.
Well, see, this is a little secret. You don't take a girl to dinner and then drinks. You always take her to drinks first.
Sure.
Because she's drinking on an empty stomach.
Yes, she is.
Now, you tell me what you remember, and I'll fill in the holes.
Well, I remember...
Because there were some things that she said that she doesn't remember.
I think you're making stuff up to make me think I was drunker than you think I am.
I'm not making anything up. I don't need to.
To make you thinker than I drunk I am.
Yeah.
So the first night we were there, Bill was with his family doing family stuff. So Carrie...
Every night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Carrie was babysitting me.
Because Gina has to have somebody babysit.
I was all alone.
Usually it's both of us, Carrie and I. And when it's Carrie and it's me babysitting Gina, it's like those old cartoons with the little devil on one shoulder and the good angel on the other shoulder. Carrie, of course, being the little devil.
Carrie's been trying to get me drunk for years.
Well, I begged you to start drinking.
Yeah.
And I
wasn't doing it on my own.
And I always say, no, you don't have to.
It's okay. So we go to Trader Vic's, which is in the hotel.
It's connected to.
It's an old hotel, so there's no straight route to get to Trader Vic's. You have to wind through hallways and...
Because they never do things like that in new buildings.
No, well, it just...
Sure been around a lot, haven't you?
It was a circuitous route to get there.
Sure.
And we sit down, and Ben, the bartender,
brings over the menu. And this is the menu of the drinks, not the menu of the food.
Trader Vic's famous for its big frou-frou.
Fruity drinks.
drinks.
Drinks served in coconuts with parasols and giant chunks of, watermelon and pineapple.
You can buy Trader Vic's syrups and things for drinks.
And I said, well, I'd like a margarita because that's whenever I do actually have a mixed drink, that's the one I have. And I said, do you think I can get
And she
one
doesn't
here?
have a real margarita. She has a snow cone, essentially.
Yeah, because a real margarita is not blended.
No.
So I said, well, I'd like that. And Carrie said, well, I'm sure he can make you that. And I said, no, I'm here. I'm going to order something off the
You
menu.
go, girl.
So she,
Empowerment.
So she ordered, what was it? I don't remember
know.
what it was
It
called.
had-
Some kind of rum punch thing.
Yeah.
Come on. You don't know
I don't remember what it was called.
Okay.
It was it was in a tall glass. It was red. It looked like Hawaiian punch.
Had umbrellas and
Had a
fruit
chunk of
and-
pineapple and all that stuff.
Okay.
And I had one.
Yeah.
And this is before the food. And then Carrie ordered another, and he made me get another. And that was it.
That was it. She was gone.
Where did she go?
Empty stomach, drink and a half. She was in outer space.
I was giggling, and I kept leaning on you, I think.
You did.
Did I touch you a lot?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then you told me after the fact that I was saying
I want you to
things.
tell me what you remember. Then I will fill in the holes. What do you remember after that?
I remember I ordered a steak.
Uh-huh.
And
You like the steak.
The
you
steak
ate
was
you
good.
ate it all.
Yeah. And, lettuce wraps. I had some lettuce wraps.
She was proud of the fact that she had a lettuce wrap.
Yeah.
And this is all after one drink.
Yeah.
I had a fortune cookie
Mm-hmm.
with a misspelling on it.
Oh, did you save that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I had that. That's all I remember, really.
You remember going back to the room?
Did you
Or
guys
did
go
you-
back to the same room?
Or did you just wake up in your room?
No, I went back there somehow.
You went back to your room and then you watched Dances with Wolves.
Oh, that's what I did.
That's what you do remember.
Because it was on HBO. Although I always have to turn it off when the white man comes, because that's when it gets sad.
I always have to turn it, which implies, of course, that she
She's seen it more
watches it
than once.
over and over and over again.
Okay.
So that's what I remember.
That's what you remember. Okay.
What is she leaving out?
A lot.
What?
Giggling uncontrollably.
About?
Being drunk.
This is.
I'm a naughty girl.
This is a drink and a half.
And I kept calling
I'm not
her.
exaggerating.
All I had to do to elicit, not kidding, 3 minutes worth of uncontrolled giggling was call her Drinky McWeather. That was all I had to do.
Well, see, it's working now, and she's sober, so I think she's sober.
I have muscle memory from.
Drinky McWeather.
How would it be possible for you to have muscle memory? It would imply muscles.
That's right. All through the rest of dinner, she just kept laughing when she wasn't eating, and she kept saying, "I'm not a cheap date. I'm not a cheap date." I said, "No, Gina, of course you're not. You drank on an empty stomach. It's more efficient that way."
But I never do.
I'm not a cheap date. I'm not a cheap date.
I never do that. I surprised myself how drunk I was on so little alcohol.
Now, the other thing she left out was when she was sober. When we were walking to Trader Vic's, that long walk that she talked about, there's a very long hallway to
Right.
get there.
Yeah.
So now she's plastered, and we're heading back to the room. And she stops at the entrance to this long hallway, kind of teeters a bit, steadies herself with her elbow up against the wall of the hallway.
Good Lord.
And
you remember
says-
this? Yeah.
And says, "Man, that's a long hallway."
I had to work up the courage to walk down it.
Well, apparently your bar manager, Mr. Ben Chung at Trader Vic's at the Beverly Hilton, Mr. Ben Chung being the bar
That's who
manager.
waited on us.
Was it really?
It was
Chung?
Ben.
He's famous.
He's he apparently mixed you a fine drink.
Yes, he did.
Ben Chung. He's famous. He cared. He made my Mai Tai with love.
He
Ben
did.
Chung did.
I saw
because
him add the
because I
love.
went there later and had someone else mix me another Mai Tai and it wasn't as good.
Wasn't Ben.
Ben's the guy.
Well, you should have taken it up with the general manager, Mr. Chai Rohana.
Also a good man.
Yeah.
I saw him. I saw the name Chai on his name
There
tag,
you
and I
go.
chuckled because I was like, I love to drink chai.
Yeah.
I wonder if he uses that.
He's the
Anyway,
general manager.
so I get her to her elevator because she was in a different wing of the hotel than we were. Get her to her
I don't
elevator.
remember this part at all.
She took my hand as if she was going to kiss it.
Mm-hmm.
You're making this.
I'm not making this up. And said, Thank you so much, Carrie Jackson. Thank you.
Good Lord.
I'm not making that
And then,
part.
and given that, you put her on an elevator by herself?
I thought she'd be okay.
I'll bet she slept in the hall outside of her room for a good 2 hours.
I made it back and watched Dances with Wolves.
Yeah, for a while.
So the second night, I got her drunk out at the El Torito Grill, and she got in the car, and after she made me take her to Cheesecake Factory to get a slice of cheesecake to go.
Well, we were.
Excuse me, because
We were there.
She says, I'm going to get this, I'm going to eat it on the way home, she said. Well, she laid down in the back of the car and fell asleep.
I didn't eat it.
And then didn't eat the cheesecake because it had been out too long. Third
and
night.
You said I snored.
Yeah, you did. It was so. She has a cute little snore. It's funny. And then the third was I got her drunk on good margaritas at Tortilla Joe's in downtown Disney, and made her walk around Disneyland drunk.
3 nights in a row.
You're still
Not only-
hungover, aren't you?
Not only do I never do that, I certainly have never done it 3 nights in a row.
Wouldn't you like to do it again now that you've done it?
I can be drinky McWeather all the time.
You know, you can do that at home every night if you want.
No, that's just sad, is what that is.
Why? I do it.
You call it sad, I call it fun.
Yeah, but you're not alone.
I call it relaxing.
Yeah.
You're not alone. It's sad when you drink alone.
You have a son?
Yeah.
Honey, go get mommy
Yeah.
a drink.
Go get Mommy a Mai Tai out of the fridge. One of the cans of Trader Vic's.
I'm going to teach you how to make the perfect margarita. Because on this day, there were many, many directions we could have taken this potty break song.
Oh, really?
On this day in 1985, Simple Minds released their 7th studio album. It was Once Upon a Time, featuring Alive and Kicking, Sanctify Yourself, All the Things She Said, Ghost Dancing. Pretty good album.
A very good album.
But then there are other directions that we could have went today.
What else?
I was talked out of because nobody remembers this song but me.
Cause you need to get back in the arms of a good friend.
30 years ago today, Matthew Sweet released his 3rd studio album.
These things make me feel old when we do them, because I remember introducing this as the new song.
This was a good album, though. It was Girlfriend, Matthew Sweet, very talented dude. Divine Intervention, I've Been Waiting, and Girlfriend, of course.
Yep.
So that was 30 years ago. But the other direction that we could have went, let me, my buttons aren't as fast here. Here we go. The other direction we could have went.
Oh.
I feel like I need to be doing like aerobics or something to this.
Yeah.
On this day in 1982, Devo released their 5th studio album, Oh No, It's Devo.
In 82, they had their 5th album already?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a fine little album. Again, I went through my Devo phase, and then I went through my I hate Devo phase, and now I'm back into my, oh no, Devo's actually very talented.
Well, because there was a time when Whip It, we were all very tired of Whip It.
This was an enjoyable album.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's Devo.
Uh-oh, look out.
I know what you do, 'cause I do it too.
And if Bill were here, you guys would be reminiscing about the ill-fated U of U ballroom show.
Only because we're coming up on the anniversary, because it was a Halloween show.
Mm-hmm. And I was there in attendance. We were all in the same space, just not working together.
Again, an incident that helped me with my I now hate Devo phase that I went through.
So you're back.
I'm back. I like Devo. I understand what they were going through. I didn't at the time, but I understand now. Anyway, so yeah, there was a lot of ways that we could go. I only know that song from Guitar Hero, but I love it. I think they're talking about the Matthew Sweet song.
Oh, probably.
I remember playing it on KJQ and people yelling, "That's not alternative."
Yeah, it's...
Shut up.
I don't understand the complaining. I mean, we get it every day.
Every day.
And Carrie's usually the one that addresses it. I tend to ignore them, but I just don't. Why are you listening?
Yeah.
Why? You have so many complaints about what we do and how we do it.
Mm-hmm.
Why? What? There are so many other options. You could be going Why?
Well,
why stay here and be mad? I don't get it.
And I don't engage as much as I used to. I give them two.
You used to get worked up. You used to get upset. And
But then I
don't do
remember
that.
that's essentially what killed Jeff Weiss, so I don't do that anymore.
No.
But I only give them two back, and my first one's usually just a retort. And then if they decide to retort back, my retort back is a quick, okay, whatever. But if you get a sounds great, thanks for listening from us. This is for you folks who are new to the program. Longtime friends of the program know that if you get a reply that is, sounds great, thanks for listening, that's essentially us saying, we're done with you. We're done. Because there's nothing good can come from this. Okay, you win. We're walking away.
I've tried to reason with you. You're not receptive to it.
You're not
That's
listening.
Yeah.
It's essentially it's a polite middle finger, if there's such a thing.
Sure.
A polite middle finger. So if you get a sounds great, thanks for listening, that means we're done. Okay. You are officially on the to be ignored, and good luck with your life. Have fun. All right. We got Boner Fight coming up and a reasonable amount of news. Stand by for all of that. And then after that, we got Boner of the Week, where Dave Mattson, Dave the Flower Guy, he just comes in here and he just tells you who Boner of the Week is going
You
to be.
get no say in that.
No. It's like living in Texas. Your vote doesn't count. All right. Manscaped.com. Support for the Radio from Hell show brought to you by our friends at Manscaped. The leaders, it says male grooming here. Now, I know the folks at Manscaped get angry when I do this, but I'm just here to tell you that trimmer, the Lawnmower 4.0, I know we're selling it under the title Manscaped, but we all got hair. And that's a great trimmer. And it's an affordable trimmer, and it's an especially affordable trimmer if you use our promo code. You'll get 20% off plus free shipping with the code X96 at manscaped.com. So again, that's 20% off plus free shipping with the code X96 at manscaped.com. Now, you can buy it as part of the big package there that we've been talking about, or you can just you buy the Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer. The package has the Weed Whacker ear and nose hair trimmer, the deodorant, the toner, and the boxer briefs, and the travel bag and all that. But, boy, this trimmer is so good. And, again, we all got hair, and y'all can save with our code. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code X96 at manscaped.com.
Most
Why
of
do
the
you
world.
discount bird flu?
Because that sounds too nice. It's going to be.
How about avian flu? You feel better about avian flu?
That's the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but it
Call it-
sounds. I don't know.
Swine flu. You think swine flu?
The Hong Kong flu, the Asian flu. What was the one that there was the big
The
epidemic?
Spanish flu.
Was it the one? Was that the one that killed
Yeah.
a lot of people in the early part of the century? I mean, really, in America, it killed hundreds and
Spanish
hundreds of people. That sounds meaner. Spanish flu.
Don't you laugh at the? You're gonna remember we have a storage room in our house full of toilet paper just in case.
Just
because it causes such
The bird-
horrible diarrhea.
That's you're gonna
why.
run out of stuff and you're gonna come knocking on my
I
door.
need toilet paper.
Is that the first thing you grab when you loot the store?
when you
loot the store,
not
you run to the
bottled
toilet
water,
paper?
not medicine.
Yeah.
Because you don't think about toilet
Help!
paper.
Yeah.
I've got coffee filters. I don't
Yeah.
need.
I've got coffee filters.
Yeah, you don't need toilet paper if you've got plenty of coffee filters.
That'll stop up your pipes. Don't put coffee filters.
Well, I'm
in
not
there.
flushing them.
Well, I think isn't all won't the sewage plants shut down because
Why would plumbing stop?
well
It's
because
not
there won't
flush.
be anybody to operate the plumbing the sewage
I mean,
plant
for a it'll work for a time.
for a time, but pretty soon a post-apocalyptic world, if plumbing goes too,
I don't know, when the power's out, my toilet works.
I don't know. You're
It's not an electric toilet.
It will work for a while. I took a class on surviving the
Did they
zombie
talk about
apocalypse. They
toilets?
talked about this.
What did they say?
Your toilets will be okay for a while, but then the sewage treatment plant stops treating sewage because there's nobody there.
Yeah.
It'll back up.
Then it'll back up,
Yeah.
and it'll be eventually. You'll be able to go for a while.
Things get ugly. You watch The Walking Dead.
That's why we're
They
gonna
never
have,
really
that's-
address where they go to the bathroom.
They don't.
Do you know what they don't address? Periods.
Oh.
How
No,
many-
they have
have they
because when
addressed
when they've been
periods?
stealing when they were stealing stuff from
Mm-hmm.
a store
Did they?
when they were
say give-
looting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I'm good because I had the hysterectomy, so that is one thing I don't have to
So you're-
worry
Is
about.
that why you had it?
So you're
Yes.
ahead. You're
My
ahead.
doctor said you don't need this. I'm like, no, in the apocalypse, I don't want to deal with having a period. So
Take it out.
Okay, let's see. It's 9:19, 9:20 right now. Everybody okay?
Sure.
It's Friday, so, I mean, at least we don't work tomorrow.
But you know that it's the end, or I should say, it's the beginning of winter.
Mm-hmm.
Because
It's getting there.
up here on Mount Doom, we're putting away the patio furniture today.
Oh.
Is that
You know
a
it's
sad
time.
day in the Jackson household?
It can be, yeah. It can be. But, yeah. So
Do you
that's how
actually
you
put
know.
it away, or you just cover it with?
Well, we push it all underneath our covered area here, and then we cover it with a tarp. So it's official. That's how you know. You can look at your calendar, sure, but just
Once
check
the patio furniture's in, you know.
Yeah, just check the Google Maps or Ring Cam. I don't know how you see our backyard. If you can hack into our
Hop the fence.
You picked good timing though, Carrie, because it's going to be nice today, and then we've got rain coming
Yep.
for several days, so that's good timing.
All right, but so we do have a reasonable amount of news bordering on big boy news now before we get to Boner Fight to determine Boner of the Day. Brought to you by
Flying Vampires. Yes, Dracula the Ballet arrives October 22nd today. Tickets at balletwest.org.
So more information is coming out. You might have heard earlier this morning we reported that Alec Baldwin has been involved in a death on the set of his latest movie. The prop gun that killed the Rust cinematographer and wounded the director during an on-set accident on Thursday. Apparently, it contained a live round. So Alec Baldwin had a prop gun, fired it, and killed a woman and wounded the director. And now they're saying it was because sometimes I think what the Brandon Lee one wasn't that it was not an actual live round. It was a projectile.
What it was he was holding a grocery bag. I think it was a grocery bag. He was holding something, and it was it had an explosive device in it, so that when he was shot, you would see the, and the explosive device that was in the bag. And if I'm remembering this correctly, because it was a long time ago, it exploded the wrong way.
So there's some thought originally that maybe in the prop gun, because if there's blanks in it, the blanks still shoot stuff out. It's just not a bullet. But apparently this was a live round. Now, why there is a live round anywhere on set at all?
It should not be. It should not be.
Just for this reason, so it can't be mistakenly put in. I guess Alec Baldwin's just distraught over this, and we'll be finding out more about who's responsible for that live round being in the gun. But I think
I'm
what
re-
you're going to
yeah.
see is changes in rules on what's allowed and what's not.
That's what I'm reading from a lot of people in the industry that I follow on Twitter. They're all saying the same thing: is that a new policy needs to happen. No more real guns on the set. But again, you get back to that whole. It's just so much cheaper to have blanks, and especially these blanks that shoot extra fire out of the barrel, so it looks great on camera.
Mm-hmm.
But that's an actual gun that you're shooting, and it, apparently, as hard as we try to police this, it's a live round found its way in. Here we go. Brandon Lee. I can count on Guy in the chat room for doing the research for me. He was 28. He was Brandon Lee when he was hit in the stomach after another actor shot him from roughly 15 feet away using a gun designed to fire blanks. Lee held a grocery bag filled with a small explosive charge meant to mimic gunfire. And so that is what happened. The armorer there is an armorer on set. It's not the prop master. There's a guy called an armorer. And he is the person who they'll be like, how did that happen?
There should not be one live bullet anywhere near. There's no reason for that to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Another tragic, weird story. A 20-year-old Tufts University lacrosse player has died after she tragically choked during a hot dog eating contest over the weekend. Madeline Nickman, a junior on the lacrosse squad, was participating in a competitive eating event off campus on Saturday when she fell unconscious, choking, was rushed to the hospital, and passed away later that day. No, we just say no to eating contests.
I was going to say, this is why we don't do eating contests.
Hot dogs are especially dangerous because they're just the right size to get stuck.
And they're gross. So.
And they're gross. Speaking of gross, do you want a really gross story?
Yes.
Kristen Bell says, nothing says love like having your partner suck out a clogged milk duct.
I take that back. Didn't mean that.
During the latest episode of Momsplaining, the Emmy-nominated segment of the Ellen DeGeneres show hosted by Kristen, the actress and mom of two chatted about breastfeeding woes. Kristen is mom to daughters Lincoln and Delta with husband Dax Shepard. Kristen said she had bouts with blocked milk ducts, and she said, I said to my husband, you just need to suck this out. We could talk about it, we could be worried about it, or you could help me out. And
I feel like this is the scene from The Neighbors.
Kind of, yeah. And apparently he did. I just think, now, I had this also, and I managed to deal with it without resorting to such tactics. But maybe she knows something I don't.
Just another reason I don't want kids. We're just going to stack this up, and I'm going to make a list of all the reasons I don't need kids or want them.
You can get breast infections, and they're super painful.
I'm just staying out of this conversation.
I like hyping up my nephews and then sending them home to my brother. That's my thing.
I'll just be over here while y'all take care of this.
A UK mother and son were flabbergasted after discovering a 100-year-old love note hidden under a broken bedroom tile. We've been hearing a lot of these stories lately about stuff hidden in walls and things. Preston Cornish said he found a letter that concealed a torrid affair between a man and a married woman. As we were cleaning up, we decided to pull up the tiles. My son said, wouldn't it be funny if we found something hidden, like the deeds to the house or something? And then they found the letter written by a man named Ronald Halgood, who's imploring his married lover to keep their relationship a secret. My darling, you will try every morning to come see me, but please don't tell anyone because it must be a secret just for your ears and mine. Because if anyone should know you meet me, you are a married woman. There would be so much trouble, my darling. I love you so much. Meet me at midnight at the Fullwood Tram Corner. Hoping to see you, darling. Your own boy, Ronald. It's a 100-year-old secret. See, today this would all be in a text.
That's true.
with emojis and abbreviations and
Or your Snapchat is where it would be.
a whole lot less of my darlings and
Letters were so romantic. Like I think the last letter I sent was to my twin, who my best friend that I call my twin out in California, and I folded it up like an old school like letter from like schools that you would fold up. I was amazed that I still remembered how to do that.
It would be nice to get a letter.
Yeah.
Like a love letter and even get it in the mail, even though I live with the person that would send me the love letter.
You know, I
but
feel
like
that.
To go to the mailbox and there's like handwritten with a stamp on it.
So we've gone from my darling to you up.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's it. That's how we've progressed.
Or it's just DTF with a question mark.
Yeah, exactly.
It's Boner Fight, the final round.
Okay.
Okay, this will be a good boner fight, I think. Boner candidate number 1 from the first round. Can't you just wear some lucky socks or something? This is that Minnesota Timberwolves NBA player who, instead of lucky socks or listening to loud music or something to get him pumped before his games, he likes to watch videos of gorillas fighting to the death. That's just sick and wrong, and it won the boner the first round. Second round, hey, Davis County parents, what the hell? This is U.S. Department of Justice report detailing serious and widespread racial harassment in Davis County schools for years. Now, this is a story mainly about how the school district is being reprimanded and what they're doing about it, but I wanted to take it a step further. And what is this culture in the homes where these parents of these kids, because it's not just 1 or 2 kids, it's rampant behavior and has been for years in Davis County. You're raising racist kids. There's nothing, and that they're learning it from you. So that's the only conclusion I can come to. So, what the hell, Davis County? Those are your 2 kids.
There you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be boner of the day for today? 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text it to 33986. Easy. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, October 22, 2021, and vote there. You probably won't see that box right away when you get to x96.com. So refresh your internet browser. It should appear. You can click and vote right there. You have until the end of these messages, so let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
I like your shirt, by the way. New shirt?
No.
What?
Old shirt.
You never wear it, though.
No, I don't.
Why not?
I don't know.
It's a nice shirt.
I don't wear it very often.
Well, you should.
Okay. Great.
I gave you a compliment.
Then maybe I will. I will wear it as often as I ever do, which is not often. It's a shirt that I bought. I remember exactly when I bought this shirt. It's when there was an Old Navy over here on 4th South.
Mm-hmm.
Over there
Where
on 4th
Trader
South.
Joe's is going to be.
Yeah. And there was an Old Navy there. And I went in there one day, and they had this big pile of shirts on the floor. I'm not kidding, as Old Navy does sometimes. And they said all of the shirts in this pile are $1.20. I'm not kidding. $1.20. And I thought, this shirt being $1.20, that's a negative money.
Yeah. It costs more than that to...
Yeah, there's more material in this shirt. There's more little, Vietnamese or Singaporean child finger blood in this shirt from sewing the buttons on. And so I bought it for $1.20 off the floor at the Old Navy.
You would not think that.
It's not. It's just a dumb shirt.
You should have kept the receipt in the pocket. My sister bought a coat
But we
once.
never do a 120 time check, Gina. So.
My sister bought a coat once that was on sale, and it ended up being $7, and she kept the receipt in the pocket so that anytime anybody said, I like that coat.
Her sister, Minnie Pearl.
No, Mikkel.
Just to
I
prove?
like that coat. She'd say, $7. No, it's not. I have the receipt.
That's
She
yep,
kept
see,
it in the
that's
pocket.
right there. Right
$7 coat.
coat.
That
Right
is
there.
that is the see again. That's the kind of thing that the Barberi girls are interested in.
$7? I don't believe that was $7.
But you could have a debate with some other people about the political situation in Tibet or
Yeah.
the existence of God. But when you're debating with the Barberi girls, it's whether Bill Murray is going to go crashing parties and how much the coat cost. Is she the good-looking one?
They are all good looking.
No, they are
Yes,
not.
they are.
Mm-mm.
All of my sisters are good.
Lolita!
Certainly not. All right, let's get this over with.
One is better looking than the others.
No, they are all good looking.
It's that one that's really
Yeah.
good looking,
Yeah.
and then there's
Why
there's
you guys do this?
there's an okay one, and
I
then
get
there's that
phone
other
calls
one.
every time you do this.
Which one is he talking about?
They know.
Yeah,
They know.
all. I'm surprised they call. All they have to do is look in the mirror.
Yeah, you
It's
knew.
me, isn't
All
it?
they
Come
have
on.
to do is look at a family photo, Gina. They'll all point to the good-looking one.
All the Barberi girls know. They know who the good-looking one is. It's true.
So we're not making these things up.
Okay, so again, like Carrie, I won't say where we ordered from.
Yeah, you don't need to.
But they got our order so wrong.
Oh.
And my daughter and I usually split this thing because it's like a whole meal, and we split it.
Yeah.
And they sent the a la carte version of it, which was not enough for two people. And so I said, "You can have that, honey. I don't need anything because I'm fat anyway. I will just have miso soup for dinner." I wanted the other stuff.
Because this is the third
but-
time that you brought miso soup to the table, and I
That's all I had.
kind of
I
concerned
mean, it was
about you.
good, but I think I need a heartier meal
I
today.
think so.
Well, my husband talked about Traegering.
Oh, good
He
idea.
said, "Should we Traeger tonight?" Because we finally got one. So there's talk of Traegering.
Have you used it yet, the Traeger?
Yeah, we just like twice we've used it, so we're still learning.
All right.
And by we, I mean him. I'm not.
Anyway, so miso soup and brings
And
you.
Scott Hale is offering a $49 furnace tune-up for appointments scheduled by October 31st. Call 801-264-HALE.
All right. Okay.
And just so I haven't received the winner yet. Boner Cat number 1 was from the 7 o'clock hour. Can't you just wear some lucky socks? This was the NBA player how he gets pumped up for games, thinks it's a good idea to watch videos of gorillas fighting to the death. That's just wrong and sad. And Boner Candidate number 2 from the 8 o'clock hour. Hey, Davis County parents, what the hell? This is the U.S. Department of Justice report detailing serious, widespread, and ignored racial harassment in at school for years, and I think we also need to ask the parents what kind of what's happening in your house that you're raising these racist kids. You know what I bet it is? I bet you're racist.
Do you want to
I'm
guess
not.
the winner?
I'm thinking it's number 2.
You are correct.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. There's something that you've won, Davis County. That is your boner of the day for today. It is the 22nd of October, 2021, and it is now qualified to be boner of the week. It is now added to the list and being given to Dave the Flower Guy as we speak. And in our next break, Dave the Flower Guy will just tell us who boner of the week is. All right, go ahead and hit that there.
The following is a sponsored feature.
And who do we have on the phone? Is it Jared or Joseph?
It's Joseph and Victoria.
Joseph and Victoria. There we go. Hi, you guys. How are things?
Hi.
Now, hi. Now let's talk. Let's talk puppies. I'm always happy to talk about puppies and kitties. It's Mark Miller Subaru and Nuzzles and Company hosting the Subaru Loves Pets celebration and free pet adoption. Tell us what's going on.
Exactly.
Who wants to go first?
I can go first. So, Subaru owners love their pets, and we dedicate October to Subaru Loves Pets Month. And this month, we are donating $200 a day to Nuzzles & Co. throughout the full month to help defray costs to get pets ready for adoption, all the rescue pets that they go and rescue and help find homes for. And it culminates today, October 22nd, in a big celebration and free adoption event that we are doing at Mark Miller Subaru Southtown in Sandy. We'll have adoptable pets that Nuzzle's going to bring, free food, free treats. It's going to be a fun time, so 4 to 7.
So puppies and kitties and churros, I see.
Churros, can't go wrong with the churro.
And not just puppies and kitties. We're going to bring some of our underdogs as well. So some of our older dogs that need a little bit more visibility for adoption.
You know, older dogs are great to adopt. You don't have to potty train them. You don't have to deal with that puppy, you know, crazy keeping you up all night stuff. Adopting an older pet is a great idea.
I want a lazy dog, so that's why an older dog is perfect for me.
It fits my lifestyle and my age bracket, too. But not just old dogs, dogs with disabilities. I adopted my dog from Nuzzles, and she has a back leg amputated, and she's just the mellowest, sweetest dog. And I always get, I'm like, no, don't let this dog fool you. She'll run circles. She still gets into trouble.
So not only
our dogs are amazing.
Not only do we have the pet adoptions going, but I'm seeing here it says free pet portraits. By Fuzzy Love Photography.
Fuzzy Love Photography. They're one of our partners. They do amazing. She's a professional pet photographer. She does amazing portraits. So for all of the new adopters, but also all of the people who already have pets who want a portrait for themselves, for Christmas is coming up, we invite everybody to come, bring their pets or pets, plural, and get a pet portrait with us.
That's a great thing. Free Best Behavior Canine 101 training class. Oh, God, there are so many people who need this. And I say people because you got to train your dogs.
We try to, don't we? More like they train us usually.
So the
Very
money
true.
that...
I mean, if I'm going to say anything about our program, we have pre-trained them. So hopefully they need a little less of that. But, I mean, I think training goes a long way no matter what.
Well, this is a great time if you're looking to adopt a pet, or if you're already a pet owner, you can meet other pet owners, it sounds like, at Mark Miller today.
Yeah. Come grab some free pet swag. You know, you could always use an extra collapsible bowl for hiking or poop bags or toys. We got it all.
Treats as well.
So this is 4 to 7, and this is today at Mark Miller Subaru Southtown. What's the address of that?
It's 10920 South State Street. We're in the Auto Mall, just at 106 and State Street.
And Victoria was talking about the underdogs earlier, and I understand if you go to nuzzlesandco.org, you can see some pictures of some of the underdogs, and they are adorable.
Yeah, definitely. We update our website all the time, so you can see the most up-to-date information on which animals are available. So I highly encourage it. We've got a lot of amazing creatures there, so look at their cute pictures, fall in love with them, and come see them.
All right. So that's at Mark Miller Subaru today from 4 until 7 p.m. Stop on your way home and treat yourself and your dog. I'm encouraging the dog training classes. Boy, night and day.
I still need to do that for Lucy.
Yes.
Night and day.
I'm
All right, well,
glad you said treat yourself, because today is actually National Make a Dog Day, so it's all about treating your dog. So
Yes.
whether you come or not, make sure you give your dog an extra scratch and extra treat, and just treat him.
There you go.
All right. Victoria, Joseph, thank you both, and we'll talk to you. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Puppies. We will take a break, and we will be back. Dave Mattson, Dave the Flower Guy, he's considering, even as we speak, who is going to be Boner of the Week. So stand by for that. All right. Wendy's for breakfast. You got to love it. And I've been encouraging people, and people are learning and listening.
I'm learning. I listened to you. You sold me on the sausage, and so I went and got one, and you were absolutely right. It's delicious.
There's something about this sausage that Wendy's puts in their breakfast croissants. It's superior to the other breakfast sandwiches out there. It's got something to do with the herbs and spices that they've got going in there. But the bacon also stands out because Wendy's does the oven-baked bacon. And that gives it just the proper texture and flavor and cooking temperature that you need for your Wendy's breakfast croissant sandwich. And they're just $1.99, so it's so easy to hit the drive-thru at Wendy's on your way. Now, remember, this is a limited time only. Price and participation may vary at U.S. Wendy's, and it excludes the maple bacon chicken croissant. But you've got your choice of the sausage or bacon, egg and Swiss croissant for just $1.99. The fresh cracked eggs. Oh, the buttery, flaky croissants. That's all you needed to say to me was croissant, and I'm there. And your choice of bacon or sausage, all for $1.99 at Wendy's.
The definition.
I'm a man. I'm a full-grown man. I'm a man. I'm a rolling stone. I'm a man.
And now, here are Carrie and Bill with another episode of Things Men Would Never Say.
I made it through the rain. I kept myself respected. I made it through the rain.
God, I just love Barry Manilow.
Yeah.
He is one heavy dude. Sing me a little bit more of that, would you, Carrie?
I can't. I'm starting to mist up, and it's too hard to drive when you're all teary.
Yeah. Where the hell are we, anyway? I mean, you said you knew where the bookstore was. We're going to be late for the Terry Tempest Williams in-store book signing.
Well, I thought I knew, but I guess we're lost.
Yeah.
We're just going to have to pull over and ask for directions. Oh, by the way, how was your date last night?
No, fine, I guess. The spaghetti factory was good, as usual, but when we got back to her place, all she wanted was sex, sex, sex. I mean, I get so flippin' tired of that. Why can't some women realize that it's possible to be friends without having sex get in the way?
Well, I wouldn't have thought that she would be like that. I mean, she seems like one of the sensitive types. Well, you like her, don't you?
Well, yeah, I like her, but just not in that way. I mean, she seems like one of the sensitive types, you're right, but she doesn't really excite me sexually. I mean, for one thing, her breasts are just too darn big.
Well, I didn't want to say anything, but I know what you mean. What's your ideal woman look like?
Oh, that's really easy. That chick on Murder, She Wrote.
Angela Lansbury?
Yeah.
Just thinking about her, and I'm pitching a tent.
Yeah. Hey, pull over here at this 7-Eleven, will you? And I'll ask for directions to the bookstore. Ah, dang, it's raining out. Have you got a rain hat that I can borrow?
Well, I couldn't find mine when I left the house, and so I just put this bread sack over my head.
All right, well, give me that then. That's going to look pretty silly, but I didn't spend 3 hours and $50 at the salon to have this hair ruined in the rain.
Okay, careful, don't slip.
I made it through the rain. I kept my point of view.
Join Carrie and Bill again soon for more of the things men would never say here on X96.
I'm a man. I'm a full-grown man. I'm a man. I'm a rolling stone.
Okay, I believe Dave Matson is on the phone. At least
Hey,
I've not been told differently. Dave, are you there?
Hi-yo.
Hi-yo. Dave the flower guy, who's sort of in between seasons. You're not really cutting lawns right now, right? And you're not doing snow, so it's all about the flowers right now. If you see Dave around town, buy some flowers from him. Okay, Dave, we've got Monday's boner. The county doesn't believe this could have possibly caused any stress. LA County officials want Vanessa Bryant to undergo psychiatric exam to determine whether Bryant's emotional distress was caused by the crash or leaked photos of the crash taken by the sheriff. This is Kobe Bryant's wife, who's suing because I think it was an EMT took pictures of Kobe and was showing them to people, and they're saying she needs to undergo a psychiatric evaluation to decide whether that's upsetting or not. I don't understand that at all. Tuesdays, I did it on purpose. Dennis Prager, who's this, right-wing anti-mask.
He's a talk show host, guy. but for some reason the legislature thinks he's a university. So that's another thing.
He says he caught COVID-19 on purpose. Like he went out and was hugging people and shaking hands and not being masked because he wanted to get COVID. Boner candidate number 3 from Wednesday. She was arrested for identifying her tormentor. The ACLU is seeking $500,000 in damages after a 10-year-old girl was arrested at her school for drawing a picture of her bully that offended the bully's parent. These are all really good candidates.
I know. I don't know how they've done. These past 5 years have been some very difficult times for Dave.
Let's see, from yesterday, number 4 from yesterday, most Utah voters do not agree with you. After irrational concerns of election fraud across the nation, some Utah senators feel left out and want to audit the 2020 election despite the state voting for Donald Trump originally. This is ridiculous. And boner candidate number 5 from today. Hey, Davis County parents, what the hell? This is the Davis County School District failing to acknowledge hundreds of reports of students being called racial slurs by other students. Dave, this week is nuts. I don't know how you're going to pick, but who do you think is the boner of the week?
Number
one. Vanessa Bryant being asked to go under psychiatric exam.
Okay.
She's been through enough, I think, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, Dave. Well, thank you. Are you going to go see Dune?
Yeah.
I'm going to watch Dune
I'll
today,
go
too.
see Dune.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let us know what you think, okay?
I'll be watching it from home.
Okay.
Have a
All right,
good
thanks.
weekend, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Dave. Take care.
Have a good weekend. Now, just real quickly here before we say goodbye, before I went to take little Ripley to the cardiologist yesterday, I swung by the office downtown.
Oh, you did?
That ghost town. And
The one that I'm at every day.
yeah.
Yes.
Well, I mostly wanted to get my new Radio from Hell mug, the Roadside Diner edition.
There's one sitting at your desk, Gina.
Okay, I need to get it.
And here's my only complaint. This is a great mug. This is my favorite mug that we've done. I just wish it was in cream color instead of white, because that's what those Roadside Diners mugs are. They're that cream color.
Fair.
So if we order more, that would be great.
I think Todd said they originally tried to get that, but that color wasn't available.
Wasn't available?
I think
All
so.
right. So there's that. And then the other thing that I found on my desk was something that Bill was talking about that you were complaining about. Does this look familiar? If you go to x96.com/live.
Oh, yeah. That's the Dave Grohl part of his book.
So is this just a chapter? Because it's very thin, as you can see. It's very,
Yeah.
it's like just a chapter or two.
If the two of you got those and I didn't, I'm going to be mad. But to be fair, I haven't been in to see my desk in a while.
There is something sitting on your desk.
If it's in a black envelope with his picture on it, then yes, you have it.
Yes, you
So
have it.
if nothing will bring me back to the office, it's a potential Dave Grohl item for me. He has his book is like up on the bestseller list right now, and
Yeah, this
I'm
is
just
just
saying
like-
I got a birthday coming up. If anybody wants to,
These are some selections from the book. It's certainly not the whole book. It's like 2 or 3 chapters. So it's essentially a pamphlet, and it says uncorrected proof
oh, that's
on the
cool.
front. But so yeah, you'll have that.
Okay, I've been avoiding coming into the office, but I'll come in for Dave Grohl.
Then the other thing that was on my desk, and I haven't opened this yet. I guess I
Okay.
should. Yeah, the mugs are prizes. Is this big book? I mean, I'm not a James Bond fan, but Penguin Publishing
That's awesome.
felt like sending this to me, and it's huge. And it's a big, thick coffee table book, and it's just about James Bond's Aston Martin,
Wow.
the DB5.
That's a big book just about a car. but-
Yeah, because I don't recall him using the Aston Martin in every movie, but apparently he used it in enough movies. At least 3 different Bonds have used the Aston Martin DB5.
It's like one of the only reasons I've ever wanted an Aston Martin.
So yeah, it's kind of fascinating. It says the official story of their relationship from its beginning in '63, when it in No Time to Die, to the new 25th Bond film, No Time to Die. So I guess he's used the car. I guess the one I remember is from it was a Timothy Dalton, I want to say, the submarine car.
Oh, yeah, the tires folded
Yeah.
in, and yeah.
I remember the submarine car. That wasn't the Aston Martin. That was a different car.
So
But,
you're saying there's prizes if I come back into work?
Yeah, I'm just
I
saying
might find-
if you swing by the office, then you might
Who
find
knows
things
what treat might await me?
on your desk. You never know what you'll
Yeah.
find there.
Yeah, we've been back home for a while, not because of COVID, although that's
It's
That's a
my
nice side
reason.
bonus. But there's construction going on. Has it been construction today, Katie?
I felt a little drilling underneath me a minute ago, and I know they're still kind of hammering away at certain things. I don't know if they're using the jackhammers anymore. I haven't heard those in a minute, but there's still a lot of sounds vibrating through the walls. So it's best that you guys are home right now.
Yeah.
Plus, I love running the board, so I mean, like, I kind of win here.
Yeah. I think we're all fine with this.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
yes. Comic book guy, yes.
Excuse me.
Yes.
It was The Spy Who Loved Me, and it was Roger Moore with the submarine car.
Submarine car.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Timothy Dalton.
The submarine car was a Lotus Esprit.
Yes. Esprit. A Lotus Esprit.
Oh, Esprit. The Lotus Esprit S1 sports car. It's currently owned by Elon Musk. Thank you, Guy. All right, so, all of this information coming in now. All of this coming in. Anyway, I think we're good here.
Yep.
We got all business taken care of, prizes given away, all good. Fine job as always, Katie.
Thank
Live long
you.
and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know Bill will be back on Monday?
Mm-hmm. And?
Oh, we'll just leave it at that.
Okay, Corey.